How am I live? What do you mean? Hello, Travis. How goes it? I feel bad for my boy Herbert. That was a bad game by the whole offense yesterday, though. I think it just wasn't surprising considering what they were going up against. Hello, Blues. Oh, you said, how am I alive? But what do you still mean by that? Thank you, Samuel. I really appreciate that. It has been a busy weekend. Monday was crazy, too. I made like 16 videos. I did take a nap an hour ago. I just woke up like 10 minutes ago. No exaggeration. And I was like, I need a power nap. That was thrown to no one. Saw the all 22 last night, the first 10 in the Eagles game. You couldn't have been more right. Travis, I'm so happy you said that because I was going to message you last night because I know you get the all 22 earlier. And I was going to be like, did you see that? I was like, could you look at that and see? How deep do you think he would have gotten? Thank you, Anthony. Would he have gotten the? I mean, he would have obviously gotten the first down, but where would he have gotten to? Could he have scored on there? What do you think the more realistic outcome was? His Burger King offense? Wait, what's the main fast food place in LA and San Diego and Southern California? Oh, what's that? What's it called? In-N-Out. Is a lamp brought to put under a basket? It's not set to a lampstand, for there nothing to hide and is revealed. Has anything been kept secret, but that it should have come to light? What? Yeah, In-N-Out. I was thinking of In-N-Out. Hey. Hope you're having another good game tonight. Not sure who to root for as a Bills fan. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I mean, at this point, as a Bills fan, you're just looking onto the Broncos. It would have been around 10-yard gain. So it would have been a first down. So there's no guarantee they would have won, obviously, but you're 1st and 10 at the goal. You're first and goal at the 10. I mean, who really knows? But what do you think about the slightly high throw on Hurts on that Devontae drop? Or maybe as a Pat's spiritual enemy? Who do you think has a better chance of destroying the Pats? I don't know there's any destroying. Oh yeah, I made a couple 49ers videos today. I made sure to get them out and give them their praise. I'd like to see another Rams Seahawks game. It's game 3, but it feels like it's game 6. Hello, Carlos. I appreciate your takes on Herbert. Man, I've been defending my quarterback for the longest. Oh, man, it's going to be a long offseason. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's going to be long. Come on, Texans. Please send Rodgers home. Why do you want Rodgers home? Yes, Hurts could have put it on Smith's body, but in the playoffs, man, make the catch. Yeah, I agree. Also, he made another perfect throw earlier than that, and AJ dropped it. I think you can only throw so many perfectly positioned balls. I referenced you in that one video where we were talking about Josh Allen in that Rams game. Did you catch that? Did you hear me say that? Uh-oh, JCT and Sean Brandon already getting at it in the first 5 minutes of the video. Herbert is getting too much blame. That last play, AJ didn't even look back for the ball. I wonder what they do with him. You realize if somehow San Francisco beats Seattle, the LA San Francisco will have more San Fran attendance in LA. Oh, yeah, of course. Hey, who knows? Chicago might be. Oh, popped in the air. Oh, my goodness gracious. Ooh, is he okay, Nico? Oh, yeah, no, that is Nico. I'm not surprised we lost the way we did yesterday. Just icing on the cake of an ineptitude offensive coordinator. Yeah, you know what's interesting? A lot of players, I was going to make other videos about it. I might do it tomorrow. I was going to try to do it today, but I was like, I need a power nap and I'm going to live stream this game. But actually, if you really listen to a lot of people, Orlovsky, uh, Swagoo, Ryan Clark, a lot of them, it was just interesting to see all what they were all saying and who they were blaming. There was even a part of First Things First that then Nick Wright hijacked, where you heard Greg Jennings talk about big throw by C.J. Stroud. Wow, big catch, big throw, C.J. Where they were talking about who they were blaming and whatnot, and Greg Jennings was like, Jalen Hurts did not play as bad as his numbers made it look like. He's like, there were moments that Devontae and AJ did not get it done. He put it square on them. I blamed him yesterday too, but it was the worst play calling I've ever seen in the playoffs. Yeah. Well, listen, I don't think Harbaugh is moving on from him. I think they're just going to say their O-line. Let's give it, let's wait until we get an O-line. But it is so interesting to hear the Chargers fans and the Eagles fans equally absolutely hate their corner. Sean, every time I go Chargers, chargering, I think about you. I saw that clip, but I didn't watch it. I saw the thumbnail of it. Wow. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 6. Oh, they got like 2 yards on that? KP had some calls late that were there. I just saw it. But on the last drive with back-to-back, same concepts is tough. Same concepts tough to fight. I think my whole take about KP is, and this is what I said in my first video that I made of the Eagles, where I first showed that clip with Johnson, and the rest was just that the margin. That's why I kept my common theme today was the margin of error. The margin of error was wider for the Los Angeles Rams, was wider for the 49ers. The margin of error was significantly smaller for the Philadelphia Eagles. Some of those catches I expect Devontae, AJ, etc. to make for sure, and that changes the game. Like, that's the thing. That's what annoyed me about Nick Wright's take, which is why I just didn't have the strength to get into it, because he literally admits if AJ Brown catches that ball, they probably win the game. And it's like, okay, so then who are you blaming then? How can you then if AJ just straight up drops the ball, who are you blaming then? Because if they win that game, now they're in the divisional round, and now who knows what happens next after that. So if you're willing to make a statement like that, then that undercuts the rest of your statement. Well, that's why I think, where does McNabb talk? Oh my God, was this a false start after a delay of game? That is a false start. Wow. Oh, he was on WIP. What was I about to say? Yeah, getting another offensive coordinator, but you need a long-term offensive coordinator. That's what I'm interested to see how he does. But the problem is you wasted prime years here. You wasted a prime year with everyone healthy. Oh boy. Joe! That's going nowhere. Wow, they had a huge play, and it got wasted. I mean, the Steelers' defense stepped up, but huge play for nothing. Yeah, I really don't take LaShawn McCoy seriously, honestly. He's the definition of an ex-player that just says whatever to try to, like, I don't know, to be heard. I personally just can't take him seriously no matter what he says. Like last year and last offseason, he was praising Jalen Hurts, calling him a winner, calling him all this, a leader. And then this year, he's like, oh, I'm hearing there's problems with Jalen Hurts. And it's just like, it's just hard to take him seriously. After the Broncos defense sort of fell off after the bye week, do you think that the second bye week in the playoffs will have a reversible effect? I don't know. I think the Bills defense does a pretty good job of giving offenses a boost. So it's more about, can you limit Josh Allen being Superman? That's always what it is about for the Buffalo Bills. Don't let anyone try to trick you otherwise. It's not about the run game, it's not about the defense, it's not about the receivers, it's not about the tight ends. Is, can you limit the damage of Josh Allen? If you said Herbert played bad like you do when Mahomes in the same situation, you'd have a point, JCT, but you don't, so you don't. JCT calls out all the players: Mahomes, Herbert, Allen, Lamar. He calls out everyone. He'll be more aggressive than I am. I'm Josh Allen to the Lombardi. That's how it should be. You want Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills, to win before the 49ers? BDA. You know it's a big one when BDA last night said, I can't blame Josh Allen. I can't blame Jalen Hurts. That blew me away. I was like, wow. I was going to read your comment on a video, but Herbert has to be better than he was yesterday. A very tough situation with that team with injuries, but there were some plays he missed for sure. Yeah, I mean, that was my take. Sirianni and KP has to go. We need a long-term head coach that calls play, or Frank Reich, a young OC that could spill. Yeah, I don't think they're moving on from Sirianni. At least not this year. Bills, Seahawks. In a way, that is how it should be. The two teams that have the potential to put on the biggest show. Seems lots of people are saying McDaniels is a possible offensive coordinator. What do you think? I think it all depends on if McDaniel is going to get a head coaching job or OC, or what he, it's definitely what the Eagles fans want. They were hoping that he was going to get fired mid-season and be hired. A little play action, Aaron Rodgers. Oh, wide open. DK. Seems like lots of people are saying, yeah, I've heard many takes that the Eagles will stick. Yeah, there's no way. I don't think they're moving on from Sirianni after this season. Maybe next season, but not this season. I've heard many takes that the Eagles stink. Can't wait for the Broncos and Bills game Saturday. Who you got? Impossible. But I'm excited for that game too. Is that the night game? Has he been held? Wow. Pass interference. DK Metcalf. Denver is a very scary team to me. The way they've won reminds me of watching the Patriots' first playoff run with Brady. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I think this year is just so wide open. And I think if there's any struggles or weaknesses you have, they always come for you in the playoffs, no matter what team you are. Well, I forget what's the. Let me look up the schedule now. Do they have it, or are they waiting for this game? NFL schedule. Let's see here. Oh, they still haven't given us the times. We just know that it's 49ers, Seahawks, and Bills, Broncos on Saturday. But they're not giving us the times. I don't know why. That's weird. Oh, Gainwell in the cut. Knocking on the door to the red zone. I'm part of Bill's Mafia, and I sincerely believe this year that we make it to the Super Bowl and win. Josh Allen will not be denied. Listen, if Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl, it gives me a lot of momentum, baby. Mahomes and Allen fans just need to come together and accept it's okay to show love. Where's this coming from, Mona? BDA? I don't know how to refer to you. Oh! Oh, he wasn't looking for it. Johnny Smith did not know where the ball was. You could have made it. He could have made a play on that. But he had no idea what was going on. You know, you say that. How can you love ball and not love Josh? So much of NFL fandom is hating on other players. That much is so obvious. That much is so obvious. Just think about how the Chargers lost and more people were excited to rip Justin Herbert. They couldn't wait. And when the Eagles lost, they could not wait to rip Hurts. Who else lost that people were excited to rip? Those were really the two main people that they were excited to get after. The Chiefs, when they lost and they didn't make the playoffs, right? Like, it was just more about, like, yes, and it was like a celebration. Like, people celebrate more the losses than the wins because more people root against, because there's just going to be more fans rooting against a specific team or quarterback than there are fans for that specific team or quarterback. Buddy, if Bo Nix wins, I'm crying. Listen, my big victory laps would be if the Seahawks win, the Broncos win, or the Bills win. Those are the big three that I'm like, I am going to actually drop banners. I will figure it out how to do it. Like, I got three teams that if they win, I get to be like, I get to dig into receipts since last year. It'll take me a second to have to get through it all. Look at that. 4th and 3. They're kicking the field goal like I said to do. Oh! Is that going to be a penalty? Did they not hit the center? Man, I'd be screaming if the Seahawks win. Well, that's why a Seahawks, Broncos, Seahawks, Bills, Super Bowl, I'm good, baby. I get to sit back and be like, it doesn't matter who wins. I'm a winner. I wouldn't be able to do a victory lap with the Rams or the Bears. I could do a victory lap with Brock Purdy if he was in the Super Bowl and won. I wouldn't do a victory lap with the Rams, but I'd have to point to everyone that I was the one that also said the Rams are elite before the season started. With the Bears, I'd have to point all the times that Colin said, it's time to move on from Caleb. There's a problem with Caleb. And I kept saying, guys, this is year one with Ben Johnson. Guys, this is Ben Johnson. And Drake May and the Patriots would be less of a victory lap. I'd be saying I'm the one that said that I'd pick Drake May over everyone else right now, but I just don't think I'd be able to really say it with my chest out. I saw, Travis, you left some message about me taking victory laps versus other people, but then you edited it and removed it. Bears would be a W for me. I told my whole friend group they'll be great, and they laughed at me saying that they would be in the last in division. Because people were excited to hate on Caleb, probably. The Broncos banner dropped when we won the AFC West. Take that, Nick. Wrong. Well, you could tell that Nick Wright hates the Eagles, by the way, because you saw that he dropped multiple banners today, and they were specifically meant to troll and be anti-Philly. And yet he didn't drop any other banners. It's really weird. You want to hear something crazy, Julian? Do I ever? You're from Philly? And yet you love Mahomes more than you love the Eagles? Why are you not an Eagles fan then? But Warner's not coming back, I don't think, this game. Who was on the radio today? Warner? All right, baby, 3-0. My prediction of this game is going strong so far. We're only allowed to have a few more field goals, and I'm right. Said he is ready now, Warner. I read at the bottom line that he's not, or Shanahan came out and said that it's not looking hopeful that he plays. The practice window is open, but it's not looking like he's going to play. I don't know. That's what I heard Shanahan say that. Do the people want to see the Bills in the Super Bowl or the Broncos in the Super Bowl? I think the vast majority of people would rather see the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl over the Broncos. I think the Bills definitely have the more general appeal of like, I'd like to see the Bills in that and Josh Allen win a Super Bowl. I hope Denver build around Nick's 26 better. Well, they got to have more money without the Russell Wilson contract. Basically, I started watching football in 2017 and picked KC at random, and they became a dynasty. You strategically picked the Kansas City Chiefs right before. It's okay. I strategically picked the Golden State Warriors before they ever won their ring. What is this replay they're showing? Second and 6. I think that wasn't incomplete. Oh, big run. First down. You should have picked the Philadelphia Eagles. In 2017, they won the Super Bowl. Josh is America's darling. He has earned it more than May and Nick's. I he's definitely paid his dues, that's for sure. Oh, first down. I disagree. Josh Allen is good as he is finally being exposed. He's always had talent surrounding him until this year. Wait, I don't know. He's being exposed as being awesome or being exposed as not being as good? I can't do any victory laps for the Texans or the Steelers. Oh. He's being exposed as not as elite. Josh Allen? Buddy. Josh Allen is insanely elite. He's had terrible games. Think Tom created a new account. Sounds about right. Clint Kubiak to Buffalo as a head coach or as a coordinator? Third and 3 again. Bunch of these third and shorts. Yeah, it'd be interesting. The big thing is when you move on from Sean McDermott, then you also got to find a DC as well. Maybe if Clint Kubiak wins the Super Bowl. Oh! No, he's hurt. Is he okay? CJ's making some big throws so far today. If I'm Buffalo, I know he's annoying. I'd go after A.J. Brown. I don't know. Honestly, the Bills and Josh Allen, they need like a Devontae Smith. Listen, there's not a lot of Devontae Smiths in the NFL who are, a little flea flicker. Oh, he fumbled. He fumbled and the Steelers got it. He fumbled and the Steelers got it. He fumbled and the Steelers got it. I talked about forcing these turnovers. He was going forward, but I think he lost the ball. Why are you getting too cute right now? Houston Texans, there's no reason for it. Let's see this. Oh, that's a fumble. That is a fumble. That is a fumble. And it goes right into he catches it in the air. Actually, that would have been an interception even if it wasn't a fumble. Even if that was considered going forward, which it obviously wasn't, that literally would have been an interception either way. Wow. All right. I don't know why they did that. They actually had good momentum. They're running the ball. CJ's making some nice little throws. And when you do a flea flicker or any type of trick play, once you realize that the play is not there, you got to realize, like, CJ in that moment is not going to be as aware of his surroundings in that moment because it's just different than from him just dropping back, calling hike in a traditional sense. So he had no idea what was going on around him. Jackson Smith and Jigba would be good in Buffalo. The flea flicker. You're seeing those plays a lot more nowadays. No idea who Buffalo could afford, though. Yeah. Well, that's why you draft someone and then you'd that's why the Rams getting Puka Nacua late in the draft was, perfect. But you also need the coordinator. I think if Patrick Mahomes doesn't make a full recovery, the Chiefs move on from Mahomes and bring in Josh Allen. What's going on, SRT? You can let him go? You're talking about Mahomes, Chiefs fan? You can let Mahomes go? Or are you talking about someone else? Clinton as a head coach and Aaron Gell as DC if... Oh, I don't know. They're not going to let him go, at least right now. You joined at a weird time? Why? Oh my God, Andy Reid. Let's see this. Is there anyone open? Oh, let's see. Scott, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Is that what I'm known as, the Energizer content creator? That actually sounds pretty good. Energizer content creator. That kind of flows. Am I a Bears fan first? What do you mean? I'm just an NFL fan. Joe! Oh my gosh, how do you drop that? Perfect throw. How do you drop that? Let me look at this again. Metcalf wide open. Oh my goodness gracious. That was a worse drop than A.J. Brown. These receivers talk too much, man. He didn't get there. You get a turnover. I mean, listen, that was what this Texans defense does, but they got lucky with that drop. I low-key wish Josh would go to the NFC so we can get Mahomes, Allen, Super Bowl. Yeah, but you get the AFC Championship games. Those are just as good at this point. Dropped an easy pitch and catch. Yeah, DK's got to catch that. Yes, he does. I have no patience for people who talk that much, honestly. I really don't. I'm over that. I was never really a fan of it, but nowadays I really am not a fan of it. I want nothing to do. Listen, I hated. Oh, he took the punt. I understand that Caleb Williams was excited that he won and beat the Packers, but that he was wearing like the hat and the grater and he was like flicking the cheese and stuff. That's just that I find that bizarre behavior from any player, let alone the quarterback of the team, the leader of the team. I know some Browns fans or some Bears fans will get mad at me for that. I'm sorry. Travis, you know you don't like Caleb doing that. Did you see him doing that? There's no way you like that. Oh, nice little pass. That's not swagger. Listen, I don't see Mahomes doing that. I don't see Josh Allen doing that. I don't see Jaden doing that. I don't see Drake May doing that. I don't see Lamar doing that. I don't see Burrow doing that. I don't see Brady doing that. I don't see anyone doing that. I told you that was the best advice, best coaching advice, one of the best coaching advice I ever got from oh my gosh, I can't think of his name. I am so sorry, buddy. You won the World Series with the Boston Red Sox. Terry Francona. That was the best advice that he gave. He said, act like you've been there before. Act like you've been there before. And that and he told me that when I was young, and I've embodied that in like every aspect of my life, not only playing. I saw that and I was so irked by it because I didn't see it live. I just saw it like I think it was on the Herd. I don't know where I saw it, but I saw it somewhere where it was like it wasn't the story. It was just like in the background, and I saw it. Listen, I'm a huge believer in Ben Johnson, and I also praise. Like I was actually really excited, but then also some of the things that he's doing. When you can't like walk up, listen. I always take issue when you AJ was ducking reporters. That's bad too. Like Cam Newton when he lost and he just left. You get paid to do the job. You get paid to face the media. You can't talk all the trash when everything's okay, and when things are not, you can't. Barry Sanders celebration should be in every player's mind. What do you mean? Hold on. I got to catch up with all these. Caleb has literally not been there before. Yeah, but act like you've been there before. And he's been in big games before. Brandon Ayuk, definitely self-sabotage. But he still got paid a whole bunch of money. But, this is what I was saying about Ben Johnson. I think it's weak when you're a man. He is a man. And he's especially a grown man. We can call these other players men, and it's like, I don't know, man. They've lived some crazy lives. Some of them are 22, 23, 24, and they haven't lived regular lives. They haven't had to work real jobs, look at their bank account and realize that they don't have enough money to pay for anything. Like, they're playing football. But that's not Ben Johnson's life. And the fact that Ben Johnson can't walk up to Matt LaFleur, shake his hand, and say, hey, man, great game. Even a lot of these coaches can't say, I'm sorry, man. Sorry it went that way, but, best of luck. I don't know. Just say anything. And the fact that you can't say that, even if he's your enemy, even if you truly hate him. That's why I didn't like what Lamar Jackson with Harbaugh. The fact that he can't even just be like, I don't know, tell his publicist to be like, hey, just write something generic about how great Harbaugh is and how much of a pleasure it's been working with him for all these years and how grateful he was for his time. Like, fumble! CJ Stroud! Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, but I just don't respect acting petty, man. Like, you're a man. I get it when you're young. I get it if you're 22, 23. But Ben Johnson's a man. Isn't he married with kids? He makes a lot of money. His job is to manage and be a man around other people. Like, it's just, I just don't respect it. I have problems with it. People are like, he's confident. And I always hate when people are like, you just don't like that Caleb, but that's what they said to me about Shador. You just don't like that he's confident and he looks the way he looks. And it's like, no, man, I don't like that no matter how anyone looks. You could look like a 12-year-old girl and I don't like it. And it's okay being confident. I'm a man. I'm 40. As a head coach, you lead by example, especially as a leader in the group of young men. Yeah, I didn't like that from Ben Johnson, and I didn't like that from Caleb Williams. I just didn't. And I've been big defenders and supporters of them. But I'm glad we're all on the same page here. I was going to make a separate Caleb Williams video about that when I saw it. I forget now where I saw it. I feel like it was on the Herd. But, like, again, it was just, like, random clips that they had that it wasn't really like them doing a segment. Listen, I don't know if I loved Ben Johnson taking off his shirt in the locker room and was, like, screaming after they won that one game either. Like, I don't know. Oh, it was on the Herd? Did he talk about it at all? That's weak. You're also supposed to be the face of a billion-dollar franchise. Be an adult. Well, and you know what? And that's why Andy Reid is one of my favorite coaches of all time, because of just how stoic he is. I respect that so much. You ever see him really yelling at anyone? Big catches and throws by Nico, or by CJ and Nico. And now a nice handoff for 8 yards. Some nice rhythm to this offense and the play calling. Ben does hold it all in and then lets it all out. Well, and that's the thing too, right? Like, I defend, that's why, like, I call it the way how I see it. I defended Caleb Williams for crying to his mom or whatever, and the nails and any of the, like, I don't care about any of that. It's like, you do you, man. I don't care about any of that type of stuff. Any of that. Ooh, good stop. I don't care about any of that type of stuff. But it's like, I'll call you out for the other stuff. Andy Reid has yelled at Kelsey. I'm not going to say you're never going to yell at him, but did you see how Andy handled Kelsey, when Kelsey screamed in his face, Andy was calm, cool, and collected. You never know if he's down 30 or up 30. Yeah, Andy. Oh, nice climb in the pocket. Nice throw, CJ, for the first down on 3rd and 3. Yeah, CJ's making some plays right now. Did they catch it? That is a catch. That is definitely a catch. A Baker fan recently said that you got to stop hating and coddling Sam Darnold. I got to stop hating? Am I hating Baker and coddling Sam Darnold? Or am I hating Sam Darnold and coddling him at the same time? I'm a man. I'm 40. That catch was wild. I said he made the best catch of the playoffs so far. That is a hard catch. That's why Colin's like, Jennings had the throw of the day. I'm like, bro, that was all about the catch. What are you talking about? Colin's take on the podcast made no sense. I was like losing my mind. Because he's like, I don't care that Brock Purdy threw those interceptions. It's hard. It's windy. And then he's like, Jalen Hurts almost threw a couple picks. And I was like, what are you talking about right now? Like, what are you saying? George Kittle. I wonder. So he's going to miss all next offseason. He's going to miss all offseason. I mean, the whole season. I mean, he won't be back by next year. Oh, that's a big run. That's a big run. They are right there knocking on the door of the end zone. Colin said to Danny Parkins on his podcast, have as many hot takes as possible. We are the conduit to the fans. When did he say that? He was telling Danny to have a lot of hot takes? What does that expression even mean? Like, I get it, but I'm trying to like, what does that mean though? I'm trying to think what that means as like a broadcaster, as a podcaster, as like someone who's making content. People in the Jalen Hurts video, yeah, man, I just don't take them seriously. Where does Kubiak end up? I think a lot of it will depend on how far the Seahawks go. On his podcast before the weekend, he was saying, for anyone in the media or that is on a platform, you got to send me that if you can in a comment. Do it on a not super popular video. Do it if you can remember. Do it on the Texans Steelers video that I posted. I'd really appreciate that because it's entertaining. And he said, "Don't sound like a." Colin is always political. I don't make any hot takes, honestly. When I make strong statements, I want people that irked when I first started making videos, some people were like, "You're just trying to have hot takes." And I was like, "I don't have any hot takes." I was like, "I don't see this as hot takes." And then I was like, "I need people to understand that when I talk, it's based on actually what I believe." And so if I do say a really strong statement, a broad statement, a negative statement, a positive statement, like it's actually based on how I feel. Like I want the audience to trust. I always say, like, you can disagree with me all the time, that's fine. But I want you to at least trust what I'm saying is based off of my actual opinion and analysis and insight, and not just based on me trying to, like, someone, I said that in my Bills video. Someone was like, "You're emphasizing Josh Allen too much. I suspect it's to sensationalize and drive clicks and views." I'm like, what are you talking about right now? Buddy, if I was trying to do that, I'd say Jalen Hurts is awful and the Philadelphia Eagles need to bench him and trade him. If I was just trying to chase views and clicks, you know what? I'd be praising Patrick Mahomes every single video. I'd be working on that Kansas City Chiefs fan base, that Dallas Cowboys fan base. I'd be saying Dak Prescott's being held back by the Cowboys. Jerry Jones has to build a better team. I'd be saying Patrick Mahomes is carrying Andy Reid. Andy Reid is not a good coach. It's all Mahomes. I'd be making videos about that nonstop. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he's got him for the touchdown. That was a nice play call. Nice execution. They got into the end zone. Yeah, but Travis, though, then why does that need, if you're that, though, why do you need to have those hot takes, though? I feel like hot takes are counter to that, though. Wait, where has Nick admitted that? Julian, I made a post on my Bills account on IG last year on one of your quotes on Josh, and I got 400,000 views. Are you serious? What was one of my quotes? You gotta share that with me. You gotta tell me where to find that. Not here though. Well, actually, maybe could I look it up here? You said Josh can do everything any quarterback can do, but not every quarterback can do what Josh can do. It's true. I did say that. That was one of my best lines. That was one of my first lines that I ever said that I was like, that's a line. I was like, that's a line. I was like, that's something that you could be like, yeah, that's a line. I was proud of that line. I was proud of it. Just came out of nowhere. Julian, some Chicago Bears fans want to have custom-made shirts with cheese graters on him, inspired by Caleb. I just don't get it, man. First off, I don't want that cheese grated. I like it sliced, and then you just eat chunks of it. That's the way I like it. Not gonna lie, Julian, I only watch you when you make Broncos. It's all good. A lot of people do that. A lot of people pick their team, and then they only watch their own team's videos. I get it. I still want to know what video that is, Nick. I want to look it up. I want to read the comments. People are going to be like, yeah, that guy knows what he's talking about. Outside of beating the Chiefs in the playoffs, that line is 1,000% true about Josh. Chiefs fan, look at this. Coming in with some nice grounded takes right now. How do you learn that way? With what? It was funny though, because a lot of random oh, I see. It's true. I see a lot of random Chiefs fans. They popped on the Eagles video and they were bringing up the Chiefs. And it was like, bro, no one's talking about the Chiefs right now. I didn't make a picks video, no. I think I'll have stronger picks this round. I'll be maybe a little bit more definitive, but I don't know. I keep going back and forth between the Bears and the Rams. I think the Rams win that game, but I don't know. That's why I can't commit, but I do. I'm like 60-40 Rams right now. In this video, in this game, I think it's a genuine toss-up. But the difference is right now, the Texans made the plays, and the Steelers dropped them. And now that's why they're up 7-3. That's literally the difference right now. Oh, Aaron about to get crushed. Set up the screen. That goes nowhere. To Colin years ago on his podcast, and he said and his takes on Mahomes and LeBron were so obvious that that's why he started doing it. Anyway, what video to send? Wait, about LeBron and being obvious? I don't want to think about it, Scott. Is it gross? Rams win if the defense shows up. Oh boy, Aaron Rodgers getting hit. He's mad about something. He's gonna get a 50. He's gonna get a roughing the passer. Wow. Are they calling intentional grounding or roughing the passer? No, they call it intentional grounding. I thought it was going to be roughing the passer. Who would I rather have now, factoring in salary and age, Drake or Allen? Well, for how long? If it's just a couple of years, without a shadow of a doubt, Josh Allen. No question. If you're telling me for the next 10 years, there's a real argument to say Drake May. You hear a lot of random curses like that on these broadcasts. Steelers 0 for 3 on third down. Now they're 3rd and 21. I don't know if they're going to get it here. Nope. That was a nice little play, but maybe on second down. Tom Brady with mobility, that is not who Caleb is. Caleb is definitely not Tom Brady with mobility. If anything, that's Drake May is Tom Brady with mobility. Yet the ones who win Super Bowls for the most part are QBs on their second contract. Jay, what's your AFC championship prediction? I have Bills and Pats. That's definitely the safest one. I think the Broncos and the Broncos and the Bills are such a fascinating matchup because I do think, again, the Broncos have the better roster, just like I felt the Jags had the better roster. But I do think Josh Allen, as long as he can stay healthy, the man's so banged up, I think he can get the Denver Broncos. And when you look at the playmaking that Trevor Lawrence did against the Broncos, that really devastated the Broncos defense. And now you're having the king of making plays, Josh Allen. And the weather and being on the road, like none of that is going to matter for him. The big thing is can they actually get the run game going? Can they get the run game going? Do you think we will beat the Rams? I'm really going to say that it's 100% on the Rams. You were at the game in Jacksonville? That's amazing. That crowd was rocking. Denver has Sean Payton. Dude has won more playoff games than Drake May. Is years old. Really? Is that true? I say that because the Rams should be a lot better than what they've been showing recently. Sam Darnold versus Matt Stafford. Oh, Stafford's definitely a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. Yeah, Bills fan, but live in Orlando. Oh, that's not bad at all then. I don't know. He could have that many playoff wins. He's been coaching for a really long time. He had Drew Brees. Were they classy fans, or are you being sarcastic? Oh, they keep getting these like consistent 3-4 yard runs. Jacksonville was interesting. I had great positive interactions with them in the comment section. That's why I was asking. I was like, I had positive interactions with them in the comment section. The Texans fans are some of the nicest fans out there, man. I'll tell you that. That is real talk. They are some of the nicest fans out there. Oh, it was on the ground. I don't know if it was out of fumble. I think he threw it. He tossed it, I think. They're calling a fumble, and CJ doesn't seem to be fighting it. What was that? Let me see this. What the heck just happened? Oh, no, he absolutely did. What I saw was when he pushed it after the ball was in the air, and then he pushed it. That's what I had saw. And it looked like he just like did the old little toss. He like looks at it like, what? He knows it. Ah, CJ. They got 2 turnovers and they're right there now. They're in field goal range. The way your defense is playing, another field goal here is not bad. Oh my God, he got blown up. Who was that? Wow. That was a great defense. He broke through immediately. Petrie, wow. Let's see this again. Oh, yeah. Metcalf also was pretty bad at that, honestly. DK did not do a good job. Second down and 12. You've been to 3 Super Bowls. And worse fans every time. Just rich people. I could see that. Oh, my gosh. All right. They're going to kick another field goal here. Oh, well, I mean, if the Steelers win this game, they'll definitely be looking at the turnovers by Stroud. Where were the 3 Super Bowls that you went to? People in Pittsburgh are pretty nice. They're pretty chill. Oh, boy. Oh, defender fell down. Does he make a guy miss? Oh, now we're at an interesting Gainwell. It's like 4th and 2. Kick the field goal. I'm telling you, just kick the field goal. No, kick the field goal. I'm telling you guys, just kick the field goals. No, kick the field goals. Ooh, nice little play, and he got it. Taking it to Thielen, baby. All right, first and goal. Yeah, if they handed it off, that was going nowhere. Nice little RPO. Also, my house neighbor in San Diego overlooked the stadium when a jet flew by. That's insane. Oh, Warren got about a yard and a quarter. Who gets it after a half? I don't know. I forget. I think the Texans get it. I think the Steelers started with the ball. If memory serves me correctly. Oh, well, San Diego's got all that military. I used to always watch them do their drills from San Diego to Los Angeles on that drive, on the 5. An ineligible man downfield. They declined it. Interesting. You think they should have declined that penalty? Well, that's why I like watching the games at home, because you really do get to see everything. If at the game, depending on where you're sitting, you miss a lot of things. Wow. Aaron was really holding on to that ball and was really not going anywhere. He was not moving. His shoes were filled with cement. That was weird to me. Yeah, let me see this. He then got, I see what happened. I see. Yeah, he got squeezed. All right, well, now they're going to kick the field goal anyway. 2-minute warning, 7-3. Everything goes according to plan. It'll be 7-6. They just showed a replay of Aaron cursing in slow motion. I'm surprised they did that, because he was clearly saying the word that people don't want. Well, if you're in a luxury box, you get to also watch the TV too. Don't they have the TV too? I think his shoes are filled with cement, Justin Journal. Probably. Do you see how many less people care about this game, though? Like, people do not care about the Steelers and the Texans right now. At all. Like, it is really interesting to me how you can really tell when so many other games people get really genuinely excited for. And it's not only because their individual fan bases carry so much of the momentum, but then also just the general casual fan who's like, yeah, I'll watch this game. Oh, the Bills are playing, the Eagles are playing, the 49ers are playing. People were saying that about Romo. They were saying that he was favoring the Jags too much, I heard. I don't know if I got that from him. But to be fair, it's a little bit harder for me to listen to the commentary as much as I normally do when I'm doing live stream. Thoughts on Sam Darnold, and can he lead his team deep in the playoffs? I mean, what's considered deep? If he just wins one playoff game, he's already in the NFC Championship game. You think he was uninterested? You want the Steelers rather than the Texans. I could see that if you're a Patriots fan. I don't know why people hate Romo so much. I like him personally. I don't know why at first everybody loved him, thought he was amazing, and now people have soured on him. He was clearly rooting for the Jags. Nance and Romo said they were going to give the Jags their flowers because they hadn't got any love nationally, so I'm not surprised they were more Jags favored. And the field goal is good. 7-6. Yeah, Darnold's a great guy. He's easy to root for. Notice he doesn't dance. He's not doing any cheese grating. Right, that one fumble, there was originally a bad snap first. Technically, there was 2 fumbles. Yeah, but in a way, that's not the worst thing. It took more clock and wore down the Texans' defense a little bit and gave the Steelers' defense a little bit more rest. Yeah, I remember that. Everybody was blown away by that. He kind of redefined what it was for color commentating, that you were allowed to be more like aggressive during the game analysis. I watched a video about that. Sam Darnold credits Brock Purdy. That's why I ripped Nick when he said that Caleb can't learn anything from Brock Purdy or that he can't learn anything from CJ Stroud. And I was just like, what are you talking about? You can learn. I've learned things from like my 12-year-old niece. Like, it doesn't matter how old you are, what you've accomplished. Like, there is always something to learn. Nowadays, it seems like most people learn football through Madden, like the video game. When he made that throw, I was losing my mind. That was one of the that was unbelievable. John Madden's cameo in The Replacements. I forget it. What was his cameo? I don't remember. That movie is amazing, by the way. Falco? Is that the name? Is that Keanu Reeves' name, Falco? Should I live stream the Natty? Oh, is he in the booth? I don't remember. That's a great movie, though. That's a great movie because there's a lot of jokes in there that you can't make now. How hyped am I for what? The Steelers don't have the ball. The Raiders are going to turn around. One of my best lines in that movie is with Orlando Bloom and they give him the sticky stuff. I can't say it, and don't anyone say it in the comments. But what he says is amazing. Just a bit outside. That's a great line, too. With Wild Thing. Major League. Did someone say it? Been advocating for the Bills to get those. Oh, yeah. I remember that. That's a great scene, too. My favorite NFL player. I don't have one. I couldn't pick just one. Well, you got to get Cook going. Settle down, settle down. Travis, kicker was hilarious. He was like a soccer player. Don't know how these guys are laying off these pitches. I want to go back and watch that video. I should cover the best sports movies. Major League, Replacements, Mighty Ducks, Rookie of the Year. Marshawn Lynch, original beast mode. Rookie of the Year is a great movie. I think all cities, the number one sport is football, pretty much. Travis, I thought that was so cool when he was doing that. And he just like flicks it away and then kicks it. I was like, that looks cool. What team had the best Super Bowl run, in my opinion? The Philadelphia Eagles with Nick Foles. They had a backup quarterback. I mean, that doesn't get any more wild than that. And they took down Tom Brady in one of the most epic Super Bowl games of all time, in a back and forth battle where Nick Foles outduels Tom Brady. Didn't Tom Brady set the record for most passing yards in that game too? And then Nick Foles also had the trick play where he catches a touchdown on 4th down against Bill Belichick. I mean, I don't care. You could be the biggest hater in the history of the world. You have to admit that game was absolutely bonkers. I'm sorry, Boston guy, but even you have to admit that was absolutely bonkers. And again, it was Nick Foles. I mean, that will forever live in you can't tell the history of the NFL without bringing that up, because you have to reference what a backup quarterback can do. I mean, extraordinary. Whoa, CJ Stroud wide open. Oh, he dropped it. That was good defense. That was good defense, though. Well, that was epic, too, that comeback. But it was the Atlanta Falcons, so it just doesn't hit as hard, you know? It's the Falcons. Oh, that was good defense. That was good defense. Yeah, we still don't understand. No one knows what happened, though, which is the weirdest thing about that. For me, it had to be the second Giants one where they win with the fade. Was that the undefeated season or the non-undefeated season? I always get those mixed. That's what I'm saying. Beating the Falcons, like, that's an epic comeback, but, like, you're more like, what did the Falcons do in here? the Eagles-Patriots were two massive, iconic teams. Obviously, the Patriots in their prime heyday. The Eagles had faced them like, what, 12 years prior in the Super Bowl? And now you have a backup quarterback, Nick Foles. It was crazy. I watched it at a Mexican restaurant in Los Angeles on Hollywood Boulevard. Crazy experience. Oh, they got the first down. I thought Malcolm said that because he was late for something. I thought nothing ever really ultimately came out. Chiefs beating Dolphins, Bills on the road, Ravens on the road, then Niners. Come on, man. Come on, Chiefs fan. Nick tried to pretend that was the hardest road in Super Bowl history. I have a whole video breaking that down. I got a great video using all the receipts about what he said about the Dolphins, about the Ravens, and about the Niners. And if all those things were true, then how could that be the most difficult run? It was a chef's kiss of a video. But see, those are all singular moments, though. Like, some of the things that we're bringing up are like singular moments. Is that true, Boston guy? 1st and 10. CJ Stroud. Take it off with his legs. Oh, nice little toss. Oh, my God. He had him. He had Nico. Let me see this. Oh, he had him. Oh. Oh. He would have taken that maybe even for a touchdown, but at the very least down to like what, the 20 or something, and then out of bounds. Well, you don't even want to catch there because they wouldn't even be able to get a playoff. 16 seconds left. I don't know if they would have been able to do it. Joe Buck is the king of understatement. Why do you think that? Yeah, but then Flacco played the 49ers with Cap. 3rd and 10. 18 seconds left. Wow, how did he complete that pass? Are they going to kick a field goal with 13 seconds left, or are they just going to punt it? Or are they doing a Hail Mary here? No, they're punting. I guess the Steelers have 2 timeouts. If you kick a field goal and miss it, I don't even know where they are. Yeah, that would be a deep field goal, but that's pretty crazy. You're just around all the things, Scott. One of the things that frustrates me the most when these media guys all choose a wrong on a game and then don't own up to it when they completely got it wrong. That's why Colin has his where Colin is right, where Colin is wrong segment. I think he tries to do that. I'm Forrest Gump. Nick has never been wrong. Well, that's why I didn't like when they had the poster apparently in the building with for Undisputed. It was like and I don't remember exactly which one said it, but it was like under one when it had Skip, it was like never wrong, and under Shannon Sharp, it was like always right, and it's just like who's like that's what you're building yourself off of, like always right, never wrong. Colin, he doesn't really bring this energy as much, but I saw it. They have him on one of his promos for his show on one of the game when you're watching it during on a Fox broadcast, where he's like, "I'm the one that tells you the truth, and you'll still fight me on it," or something. It was like a funny soundbite. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you commenting. Colin, he doesn't necessarily say he flip-flops. He says he has new information, is what he says. But what is my story? Sorry about the media blackout. I understand your pain. What's your take on potential coaching changes? Should Nick stay? Listen, I'm not the biggest Nick Sirianni fan. I think the Eagles would want a great offensive head coach so you can finally have continuity with this offense. I don't think they're going to fire and move on from Sirianni, although there are really interesting head coach hires. And if you believe that someone like a Stefanski is actually a great coach, you have the potential to hire a great offensive head coach. If you think Stefanski is not, and he's overrated, and he was actually a problem with Cleveland, then you're only going to look for an offensive head coach. If you can get a McDaniel as a offensive coordinator, and here's the thing that's weird, there's going to be so many head coaching jobs open. I don't know if you can get a Dable as a coordinator, if you could get McDaniel as a coordinator. Like, I don't know who's going to be able to get a coordinating job and who's going to be getting a head coaching job. That's what makes it really confusing. Because a lot of these teams are going to want to take a swing. You got the Titans, you got the Raiders, you got the Browns, you got the Ravens. Like, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. So it's impossible to know who's actually available. Or if the Eagles are going to go some other route, hire some coordinator that someone's like, who? Who did they just hire? McDaniel or Dable in Buffalo. Again, will they get head coaching jobs? That's the thing. And Joe Brady, who's hiring him as a head coach? The only way Joe Brady gets a head coaching job is if the Bills win the Super Bowl. But right, what if the Steelers lose this game? Does Mike Tomlin get fired? I would love a great offensive mind. Just very worried the grass won't necessarily be greener with someone else. And we might still blow up the best core the Eagles have. Well, that's why the closest thing to a sure thing you have is Kevin Stefanski. But he had a very questionable time with the Cleveland Browns. Now, is he to blame or not? Some people either praise Stefanski as being an elite, awesome head coach, and it's just Cleveland being Cleveland, while others are like, hey, he deserves a lot of blame for the problems that Cleveland has as well. And it's just too hard to know. I'm sure you would, EDV. I'm sure you would. You think Rams beat Bears next weekend? I definitely do lean the Rams for sure. Howie can roster you every season regardless. He can. He can. A knowledgeable, oh, hello, Sarah. A knowledgeable Steelers fan I know thinks there's a chance Tomlin chooses to walk away. Chooses to walk away and then do what, though? Does he want to coach somewhere else? Or is he going to just step away from the NFL? Travis, what do you think the Eagles should do from a coaching perspective? Oh man, I'm seeing this McDonald's commercial. Those snack wraps. I could eat like 12 of those snack wraps. Tomlin to the Raiders. I could see that. What about a Mike McCarthy? No one's talking about Mike McCarthy these days. Is he interviewing for any jobs? You didn't care enough about Tomlin? You don't want to know what Tomlin's up to? He's been a head coach for a while, but he's like still young. Like he's still ready to get after it. The Rams game had me on my seat, but I had a good feeling Stafford would do his thing at the end. I'm curious to see. Will the Seahawks 49ers game be competitive? That is the question. You're playing them a third time now. So McCarthy's never getting a head coaching job. McCarthy as Eagles OC could be interesting. Say what you will about him, but his offense in Dallas were good. I don't think that's a bad hire. Then he gets to beat the Dallas Cowboys 2 times a year and beat the Green Bay Packers. Kittle will come back stronger than ever. The defense from yesterday is better than week 18. Are you talking about the 49ers defense? Or are you talking about the 40 or which defense are you talking about? Where will Mike McDaniel be? Hope the Lions OC. I wonder, will he get head coaching opportunities? Well, the Pope is from Chicago, so the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl would be insane. I don't know if I could say he kept Hurts in check, buddy. I don't know if that was the case. I think you got to be more worried about Seattle Seahawks' defense going up against the 49ers. You don't even have Kittle now either. And that Seattle Seahawks defense is ready to just light up Purdy again. Is it common for fired head coaches to get new head coaches jobs right away? They'd get slightly demoted to coordinator or have to prove themselves. It all depends on who you are. If you're a young first-time head coach, then yeah, you can get a coordinator job. But like a Stefanski isn't going to get like an offensive coordinating job. Harbaugh's not going to get a coordinating job. You know what I mean? Like if you're established, I agree. I don't think you want McDaniel as a head coach. But it doesn't mean another team won't do it. Like the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons. You know, there's other teams that would be like, we got to get someone smart in the building here. What's going on, Cardinals? See, there we go. Who should the Cardinals hire? They hired the Eagles defensive coordinator, and it didn't go too well. Well, apparently the Cardinals owner is really rough, and they're really cheap, and it's just a poorly run franchise. And now you have no head coach, a bizarre quarterback situation. Matt Nagy got interviewed by the Ravens. Hey, listen, he did make some moves with Mitch Trubisky. He deserves a little credit for that. Who's worse owners, Jets versus Cardinals? Oh, man. It's got to be the Jets because the Jets are literally New York. You are New York. You got massive popularity, massive amounts of money. You are the New York Jets. The Arizona Cardinals got some, they got some excuse, although Arizona is a place to be. Well, he never had a quarterback his whole time there. Quite frankly, even with Cliff Kingsbury, didn't have a quarterback either. I don't believe it, Scott. I bet he's lying. McCarthy is the odd man out. He gets a bad rep. He has about the same number of wins as Sean Payton, John Harbaugh, Peter. Well, listen, and they all have the same him, Harbaugh, Sean Payton. They all have similar win-loss records, similar playoff records. They each only have the one Super Bowl. Yeah, but who wants Kyler Murray as their long-term quarterback? No, John Gruden is making a comeback. He wants to coach. And people and players love him. He's not available, though. He's coaching already. Have you been keeping up with college football? Do you think Mendoza's NFL ready? Well, I think he's definitely going to get drafted by the Raiders. Could you imagine if Gruden comes back to the Raiders? No, listen. Jacoby Brissett did look good, but he's not your long-term answer. He's not your quarterback of the future, obviously. He does do a great Gruden impression. He did a great Madden impression too. I worked with someone who was on Mad TV. He was my teacher. I've only seen random clips of his. No, I've been meaning to watch Ted Lasso. That's a show that I want to watch one of these days. I'll watch it one day. Why do you ask? Speaking of the Raiders, do you think Crosby is out there? Yeah, I mean, it all depends on if the Raiders want to trade him. If he asks for a trade or if they want to trade him and get picks. I mean, I don't think they want to wait. And I think it all depends. If he's like, I'm okay staying here, or if he's like, please get me to a contender. Please get me to someone so I can actually compete. I obviously only have so many more years left. That's a coach you would love. Great show, but the coach is perfect. But the coaching is perfect. I think it would align with what you were talking about yesterday with coaches. What was I saying specifically yesterday? I don't remember now. He is not going to the 49ers. And nobody wants to go to the 49ers because no one wants to get hurt. You go to the 49ers, you're guaranteed to get hurt. You don't care for coaches. Oh, yeah, true. CJ Stroud making a throw on the run. They're rolling CJ out left and right. Look at Troy Aikman with the little sweater and the tie. Joe Buck with the nice coat. Oh, that's a big run. That was a big hole. What do you think of San Fran practice field? Kind of makes sense, right? You know, I'm a believer in a lot of all that random stuff that doesn't seem to matter. Honestly, definitely a little bizarre. It's definitely a little bizarre. That's all I'll say. Oh, well, the Texans are getting some guys wide open pretty consistently. I'm really nervous about the Bills game this weekend, but I did love your videos earlier where you said us people from Buffalo are nice people. It's true. You are. It's the reality. Um, why are you nervous? That was a great catch by Higgins. Shame the Eagles receivers couldn't make those catches. We shall overcome, Sarah. Maybe we can repeat the BTA we gave the Broncos last year. Well, that's what you need to do. And Josh Allen did not need to be Superman in that game. Is someone hurt? Clock stopped and they're just walking around. What happened? It's because they're so close to Canada. I can tell Travis is really nice. When you listen to his work on his videos, I'm like, he's just a nice guy. I don't know how he played football. I'm like, no, he didn't hit people. That's why people in Minnesota can be really nice too. Minnesota. And Devontae. I do not play Madden. I don't play games. Honestly, I'm not a big gamer. I'll play like my cousin is a big gamer, and so when I hang out with him, I'll play. But he plays like he doesn't play a lot of sports games, so he plays like a lot of like Nintendo Switch type stuff. So and like the third person games, but so I'll play like Mario games and like racing games and stuff. Were you a receiver, Travis? Oh, Philly will rise to your occasion. Los Angeles, not so much. San Diego, debatable. Depends how nice your car is. New York, I think New York will rise to the occasion. New York strong. Pittsburgh, they will. Carolinas, they will. Cardi B is running. Some great news. Oh, it's Cameron Hayward. That's not good. Yeah, I'm nervous too, as long as the right version of Josh shows up. It's always the right version of Josh. Don't let those guys trick you on TV. Yeah, people love to just make stuff up. LA isn't a place, it's a parking lot. San Diego is the best place in the world. It's definitely really nice. It's expensive. San Diego's nice because it's actually small, and San Diego is interesting because it's just many neighborhoods. It's just many small areas. PB, La Jolla, OB, Mission, Gaslight. You know, it's like everything's just like individual. Hello, Cavante. How has this game been? Exactly how I said it was going to be. Low scoring, not a lot of action. 7-6. 12 minutes to go in the third. The Steelers were held to under 100 yards in the half. It's a defensive stance with a few key offensive plays that the Texans have been able to make, not the Steelers. The Steelers got a turnover and were like inside the 20 and had to settle for a field goal, even after converting a 4th down. What is the over on this game? We did that. We asked this question last time and I got like 8 different answers. My players are moving in regular motion. Is Rodgers not getting time? I mean, obviously the defense is definitely disruptive. The over was 38.5 for this game? Seems a little rich. The Texans were favored 3.5. It's just been something on TV. I don't know if they have the time. Wait, I've just seen something on TV. I don't know if they have the time. Time's up for the divisional round. Travis, how do I search for your videos? Scott, you got some hilarious. Are you saying they announced the times you're saying for the game? Rodgers confirmed retiring? I don't know what's in that man's heart. Oh, CJ Stroud, interception! Oh my God, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wow, CJ Stroud, 3 turnovers. That was a bad. You're in field goal range. Manage the game. You kick the field goal. You go up 10-3, 10-6. Wow. He caught it. That was a nice interception. I mean, listen, that was a nice interception. I mean, that was a nice play, but still. Wonder if Tomlin will give Stroud the game ball. Oh, man, CJ, just take the sack. Just do anything but what you did. He could have also just thrown the ball in the back of the end zone. In the back of the end zone. But again, at the very least, they said they were 3rd and short there, then also just hand the ball off. Your run game has been working. Protect your quarterback. He has a couple turnovers. Either scheme the throw or just hand the ball off. Keep things simple. Manage the game. Kick the field goal if you don't get it. It's no big deal. You're up 10-3. So you're up a full touchdown now. You're good to go. You're good to go. You're still forcing the Steelers to have to score a touchdown because if they even get 2 field goals, it's 10-9. They have to score 3 more field goals. So you're now asking your defense, just don't give up any touchdowns. And you're probably then even forcing Pittsburgh to have to be more aggressive on 3rd and 4th downs than they want. So just be smart. Even if that offense was going to be predictable in that moment, you either break through, get the 1st down, and if not, it doesn't matter. Kick the field goal. Your defense has been controlling the Pittsburgh series. Now you give up points. Now the Steelers can get in field goal range, kick the field goal. Now they just need another field goal, and they're winning. It keeps field goals completely in play. That's my field goal analysis. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The game is more Pats Chargers. Oh, hold on. Let me see this replay. Oh, that was a really bad throw. It was oh, he did have Chubb. But he was already looking. Yeah, did you hear what Aikman said about them only working half the field, and so he was never gonna look at Chubb anyway? Stroud may be choking. He's making bad decisions. I'll agree with that. That was definitely a really bad decision. I agree. That's why I don't use the choke word a lot. That's a first down. Let's see if the Steelers offense can adjust here. Is Metcalf still in the game? He should be. Did he get banged up? Did he hit a fan and now he has to leave? You think the Broncos can win Saturday? Absolutely. But I'm telling you right now, Cavante, a lot of that is up to Josh Allen. And can Bo Nix earn the Josh Allen light category that I've given him? Now they got a false start. Me and Sean Brennan with some good battles. Always. I'd love to see JCT and Sean Brennan need to have a podcast, but it needs to be one where they're just like sitting in like a cafe or something. And you guys are just going back and forth like drinking coffee. I'd watch that. That'd be a good morning show when you're like waking up, eating some breakfast, brushing your teeth and stuff, getting dressed. Bo Nix, hello, Jason. Oh my gosh, they can't do anything against this offense. And the fans are booing right now. Well, Aaron definitely loves football. I mean, the man's rich. He's old. He can literally do anything he wants to do in this world. Like literally anything. Well, Josh Allen is definitely banged up. That's a big advantage for the Broncos. Oh boy! He got it out quick. For like 6 yards. All right, 3rd and 9, 3rd and manageable. Did most expect the Texans to win this game? I think more people would have picked the Texans if they weren't still trying to think that maybe Aaron has some magic left in him. So I think that kind of got split up a little bit. I haven't seen the media or fans really lean strongly one way or the other. Oh, he's wide open there. MVS. Well, they just need to be able to make the regular helmets safer or make the Guardian helmets just look less clunky. I mean, that how banged up he was, that was Jordan's flu game right there. Are Patriots fans rooting for Denver or Buffalo? I think it depends, you know? I think some of them want to be able to beat Buffalo. You know, it's kind of funny because Patriots obviously have history with both Denver and Buffalo. But obviously the real history is with Buffalo. Probably rooting, right? They're probably rooting for Denver or for Buffalo. I don't know. Because Buffalo, you get the home field advantage if Buffalo. If Denver, you got to go to Denver. Ask EDV. He's a Bills fan. And if Sarah's still here. Whoa, Aaron Rodgers! Wow, Aaron Rodgers running around. Denver has been a house of horrors for New England. It's either face Josh or play in Denver. I would love to watch the Bills annihilate the Pats in the AFC. I do think a lot of people would want to see that. I do. Oh, Aaron's going for it all. Oh, he wasn't even close to that. And a flag, pass interference. I hate those rubber pellets. I hate playing on turf like that. It gets in your eyes. Wow, they picked it up. Was there a flag that they then picked up, or was there not a flag? I'm confused. I thought I saw a flag. No, I hate those pellets. Those pellets, again, they get in your eye. First of all, playing on turf is awful. It hurts so much. You scrape your body, you scrape your arms and your knees, you scrape everything. It's like concrete. Maybe it's gotten better. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played. Travis O'Shea wants him to keep running. I don't disagree. Did you like playing on turf, Travis? A logical explanation for turf over grass? None. Zero. The only thing is that grass can get slippery, I guess, right? And muddy, and it can. And the other thing about grass is, listen, I never played on an NFL field, so I don't know. But sometimes fields, when they're not, manicured very well, you feel it, you're running down something and you can feel that it's a little, it's a little rocky at places. And some turf, and what's kind of funny, when you're younger, you're so excited to play on turf. You're like, we're on turf now. You're like, really? That's so cool. You're like, I'm playing under the lights on turf. You're like, yeah, this is real. This is cool. Every sport on turf is rough. Soccer, baseball, basketball. Soccer, baseball, football. Soccer, you are definitely not sliding on there. That really hurts. Football, every time you get hit to the ground, that hurts. And baseball, ground balls come at you like a rocket. You get one hoppers to your face. You're like, everyone turns into a catcher. Turf basketball would be hard. And like I said, those pellets, they get in your cleats. But it's so funny when you're younger, even when I see like my niece and nephews and they have an opportunity to play on the turf, it's the same thing. They're like, we're on turf. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I'm not going to break their heart and let them know that it's actually really obnoxious. I'm like, that is cool. That's awesome. Aaron is mad. I played soccer on like a gravel field now that you said that. You reminded me that we were playing on like a gravel field. And it was like, we're on a gravel field. But like, it felt kind of cool because it felt kind of harsh. It felt kind of intense. It was like, yeah. Playing on a nicely manicured grass from professional is all. Yeah, it is. You feel it. You know it. It's like golf green. You're just like, whoa, this is it. It is soft. You're ready to dive on it, slide on it. Your cleats make contact with it in a way that just makes sense. But sometimes you do play on fields and you're running around there and you feel it. Like, you can see this field's getting beat up right now. This field's definitely beat up. And so that's one of those things where you could be like, there's definitely maybe a couple moments that you feel it. Or the grass comes, goes underneath you. Yeah, playing on the beach is tough. I didn't play volleyball really, but occasionally my friend, like, where there was the one school had a beach volleyball court set, and like, you want to play beach volleyball? And I was like, I like volleyball. I played it in like gym class. Like, that'd be fun. Then we go to the beach volleyball, and it was like, this is awful. I don't like this at all. I can't jump. I can't get my footing. CJ taking the sack. Oh, you always getting sand in the eyes. Playing on the beach only lasts you. Oh, I saw that. James Cook would come out wearing snowshoes or something. For where? In Denver? Oh, he fell. Well, he wasn't even going to hit Nico anyway, but Nico like fell down. Did you ever watch Star Wars Episode 3 where he's like, or Star Wars Episode 2 where he's like, I hate sand. It's coarse and gets everywhere. Or whatever he says, something like that. I don't know if he was going to be able to catch that anyway if he didn't slip. But that was a perfect example of Nico slipping on the grass. I don't know if he slips there if it was turf. So, there you go. I liked Episode 3, but I do agree with him. When I lived in San Diego, it was always like going to the beach. You're like, oh yeah, going to the beach is great. But then you're like, man, I don't want sand in my car right now. I was like, I don't know that. Join after knowing the precise line or whatever, something like that. I honestly didn't know. I didn't know. Did I get it right, Dave? I trust you. You're the one who I know, who I would trust to know that line. Listen, man, I'm pretty nerdy with that type of stuff. I watch all the nerdy movie breakdowns, all the TV show breakdowns. There's times that I watch shows just so I can watch the YouTube videos for the breakdowns. I'm a super nerd with that type of stuff. Julian, CJ is in his own head right now. Steelers need to score. Yeah, well, the Steelers can't move the ball. As far as I remember, there may have been it's rough, it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. See, that's why I knew there was another line. I knew there was another thing. It's rough, it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. Dave, don't say it. Don't say it. But do you remember Episode 3 for Star Wars? CJ is struggling. There's no doubt about it. Star Wars Episode 3, great movie. It's a great movie. I don't want it. YouTube is the best. YouTube's got everything. YouTube to me is what like TV is what like Disney Channel and like Nickelodeon has given us. Like for me, when I was a little kid, you turn on the TV, you watch like Disney or Nick or something. It felt like you were on you were like in your own little portal. You were in your own little universe. And when you get older, you kind of lack that. And if you're just watching regular TV shows and regular networks, you don't really get that. And YouTube now feels like that. You're like in your own little portal and you get to interact with other people. You get to have comments and talk to people. Like, that's what makes it great. Oh, you visited Nick Studios as a kid. You're lucky. Oh, he got him. That was a nice catch and a nice throw. I just got off work. I enjoy watching the game with y'all. Thanks, Julian. I appreciate you watching the game with us. Oh, yeah, he had Metcalf there. Has he hit Metcalf since Metcalf dropped? Dropped that ball? Oh, that play got blown up. And you got nothing. What do they break down about TV and movies? Like the plot? Yeah, they'll break down the plot. Like since I watch a lot of nerdy stuff, it's funny because I only care so much, but I find it entertaining, and I always like lore and stuff. So like you can watch a breakdown about like Marvel movies, and they break down the plot, but they'll break down also like the what it is with comic, the comic book accuracy and stuff. Like it's honestly it's just like sports where we're all just taking it too seriously. It's like we treat these football games and the structure, we all take it way too seriously. But I love it. And that's what those movies channels do. It's they just treat it incredibly seriously. Like it matters so much about Robert Downey Jr. being Doom and like all this type of stuff, right? The Stranger Things and talking all about Stranger Things and plot holes and was it good? Was it bad? It's reminiscent of sports, but it's just TV and movies. And it's low stakes for me because I don't care as much. And like I said, sometimes I'll literally like to watch a movie just so I can watch the breakdowns for it. Hold on, I'll catch up in the comments in a second. It's 3rd and 11. Aaron Rodgers has time. Oh my God, it's a fumble. He was letting it. He was go. Oh, I want to know. Did he have anyone? That was huge. The 3-hour breakdown of what episode 7 was supposed to be is strangely the best ever. Yeah. Honestly, well, that would have been a lot better. Honestly, missed some of this, so you want to remind me or allude to what I missed, like the Star Wars Episode 3? Bro, I'm currently working on a comic series and a fantasy series. Like, where will the series be? Your thoughts on people saying the Chargers should get rid of Herbert? I think those people have no idea what they're talking about. Andor was made 100% better watching those breakdowns every week. Yeah, I agree. I think all the shows, even when you watch bad shows, it's great for the breakdowns. Texas defense can win a Super Bowl, but CJ has to play a lot better. I mean, CJ, you're not winning a Super Bowl the way how this offense is playing right now. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, by the way, I don't believe RDJ will be shown much as Doom because in the comics, Doom is scarred and masked. But as a quick aside, yeah, but I think they'll probably change that maybe a little bit because it's like they want to show his face. But I mean, comic book accuracy, he does a lot of stuff. He's like has a relationship with the witch, whatever her name is. I can't think of her name right now. Scarlet Witch. He was just going to say that Pitt has done a great job on Anderson. Yeah. The UFC signing a deal with Paramount ending up $89 to pay per events. I love Dana White and the UFC. Wait, the UFC is signing a deal with Paramount and ending. Oh, wow. So they'll no longer have to pay to watch UFC fights? That's interesting. Dang, knew I was spoiled with 2 Steelers first downs in a single quarter. Such things were not made to last. It's true. Pitt is playing some great D. They are. I agree. The Pittsburgh Steelers are playing great D, but I'm still annoyed with that interception. You took away points. Nick was definitely on his high horse today. It was a rough first things first. Yeah, but you can use the AI as just kind of like a structure for what you want to do. It's an alternate timeline, so Doom does not to be scarred there. I'm sure he'll be somewhat scarred. Scarlet Witch, yeah, I get why people believe they'll use his face, but I personally don't think so. Because his face really isn't what sells tickets right now. I don't know. Definitely not complimentary football, nope. Feels much more like regular season game than playoffs. Yeah, definitely got a weirder energy, but I feel like the Texans and the Steelers kind of brought this same energy all season long. The defenses are tough tonight. It's going to come down to who can make some big plays. I just love that I said that's the way this game was going to unfold, so I'll just keep sitting back, and I'll be on my high horse. I'll kick Nick off it and get on the high horse. The score is 7-6 right now. I said this score could be 10-9. And if the Texans kick that field goal, it's a drop. Nico, is he in agony or is he upset? I can't tell if Nico's upset or if he's angry. What is? I can't tell. Did he get hurt? Where did he get hurt to? No, he was helped off the field. Oh, he landed on his head. So now he's going to be in the concussion protocol. Wow, now no Nico. 7 targets, 3 receptions, 21 yards. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, he got it, though. Highsmith was so close. That is a game-changing play. Honestly, I don't think Nico's coming back the way how he was looking and the way how he was walking. CJ wasn't even looking. It hits him right in the chest. Third and 15 now. Oh, he's climbing the pocket. He's letting it rip. He's got him. Wow. Wow. That's a throw, man. That's a throw. That is a big throw. 3rd and long. And CJ made that throw, man. Oh, yeah. That was a beautiful throw. And a beautiful play call. Beautiful route. Now we're going to the 4th quarter. D'Amico right now is just like, oh my God. It's just got to be like this. So that's what's interesting about a game like this. Like, CJ is making big throws and some big plays, but also not so much. Is it 16-13 Steelers yet? 7-3. Grover, my take. Is Refrigerator Perry? Stroud had a great 49-yarder. He's getting comfortable. He's getting comfortable. He's starting to believe. Both defenses did show up tonight, but both offenses did not. Well, listen, Aaron made a couple nice throws that were then dropped, especially the one to DK, which was huge. And when you're having a game like this, it's like, this is it. This is, you catch the ball, you win. You drop the ball, you lose. It just becomes very binary in that regard. Catch the ball, you win. Drop the ball, you lose. What happened with TJ Watt? Did he get banged up? I didn't see. Man, I'm getting whipsawed by all the exciting lead changes. I know. Well, hey, maybe it'll be like the Bills Jags game. Set the record for the most lead changes in the fourth quarter in the playoffs. Steelers defense playing like the Chargers, good defense, but giving up key plays. That is true. Steelers need to lose week AFC South and NFC South. Panthers, Steelers got to be home. Could you imagine a Panthers Steelers Super Bowl? The last three have been different. I think just the last two really have been different. It's just these two games, these two night games. Chargers, Patriots, and they're showing us the highlights now, and now this game. All right, baby, fourth quarter, playoffs. On the road, at home. This is where dreams are made. And a flag. And it's holding. Coming back. I feel like I'm going to make a post-game clip for this and no one's going to care. I'm like, Houston Texans won 7-6. Now that was a great game. You won on the road. It was tough. It was gritty. I appreciate it. Oh, they're definitely able to get these nice little chunk runs. Oh, Nico is now carted off? I knew Nico wasn't coming back, but I'm surprised he's getting carded. They're not even walking with him. Oh, wow. Did you hear what he just said? Their trainers just had to redirect him. So he might not be back next week now. He won't be back next week. There's no way. He won't be, if they win and play the Patriots, he's not there. There's no way. That video annoyed me so much, JCT. On paper, you see the defense plays from Pittsburgh, and you would think they're up 20. The offense can't do anything. Steelers 13-16. How do you think they're getting to that score right now? What was that? Let me see that replay again. Let me see this now. Was that a back? No. Did he try to throw a back shoulder? What was CJ getting all antsy about? What was he thinking? This is a big field goal right now. 51-yarder. 7-6, 13 minutes to go. Oh, he's got it. 10-6. That was not a back shoulder. First off, that was a bad back shoulder, number one. Number two, I don't think that was the type of throw that you're not going to back shoulder that throw, though. He had his man beat, didn't he? If you're a receiver, you're not looking for a back shoulder there. Steelers just got field goals. That's too much. One field goal. Now Pitt gets touchdown, then Houston gets field goal, then Pitt walks off. Grover all of a sudden thinks the Steelers and the Texans are just going to start scoring points suddenly. They haven't done it all game, and now all of a sudden it's on. We're scoring. It's touchdowns, field goals, touchdown, field goals, extra points. Like, let's go, baby. It looked like the DB was level with the wide receiver. I expected back shoulder throw there. I thought he had his man beat. Would you ever slightly slow down to encourage a back shoulder throw from your quarterback? Well, wild card weekend was sort of kind of like that. That was those games. This is this game. That was then. This is now. Rodgers and CJ will trade fumbles so each other can get points. You know what? That's actually the more likely possibility. Let's be serious here. He's from Buffalo. Well, I don't know if he's from Buffalo, but he's a Buffalo fan, so. Well, now this is when if Aaron's going to want to take chance. Now this is when Aaron's going to be like, "All right, I got to stand in the pocket. I got to make these plays now." Now even a field goal is kind of rough. If the Texans, well, I know there's calls like that, Travis, but I guess I meant like in general as a receiver, if you know you're not going to be able to get him beat and get the space you want, do you just naturally slow down so you can encourage a back shoulder? Okay, everyone place your bets. Who's winning this masterpiece? Texans, Texas for me. Well, you're ahead 10-6 now. Twelve lead changes in the fourth quarter, 4 game-winning touchdowns in the final 3 minutes, 4 comeback wins in the final 3 minutes, all most in single postseason of all time. Oh, Gainwell. Gainwell, baby. Look at this. We're in for a ride. Eagles need the Steelers need a touchdown here. It's a 4-point game. Kenneth Gainwell. I see what you did there, Andrew. See what you did there. Aaron, let it loose. Oh, he caught it. No, he dropped it. Did he catch it? It hit the ground, and yet you're celebrating like you caught it. Wow. No, my gosh. Clearly hits the ground. I'm telling you, Pitt TD. We'll see, Grover. We'll see. Trying to sell the catch. Get out of here. You can't sell a catch that obvious. That's clearly not. And now Gainwell goes nowhere. Oh, yikes. Everybody was beating on him up. 1 for 9 on third downs. Average 11.3 yards to go. That is awful. Ball is out. And they got it. Is that a touchdown? Is that a touchdown? He wasn't touchdown. He wasn't down? I got to see if he was down or not. Show us a replay. Was he not touched? Let's see this. The only good news is that the Steelers get the ball back. Let's see this now. Oh yeah. No, that's a touchdown. That's definitely a touchdown. Oh, they hit his helmet. Hit his head and neck area. That should have been, I don't know, roughing the passer. Grover, how are you feeling about your prediction now? Now they need 2 touchdowns or a 2-point conversion. I'm not by a TV. What happened? Aaron Rodgers was crushed. He fumbled the ball, and then a lineman, Rankins, was able to pick the ball up and score for a touchdown. But the one player did hit Aaron in the head first, though. Could have been roughing the passer. He gets walloped in the head. But they're not even talking about it, though. They haven't even mentioned it. Wallop. Do you not use the word walloped in Canada? No, they wouldn't overturn it, but I'm just surprised that the broadcast team wasn't talking about how they got away with that one or something. Gainwell's doing everything he can. Also, I use language that's, PG. Oh, D'Amico Ryans. That's funny. As a player, sacking Aaron. Now he's the coach, sacking Aaron. I do not know Saquon's middle name, or if I did, I don't remember it any me. Aaron letting it loose, and he doesn't get it. Does he not have a connection with Freiermuth? Why was this the game that you needed? Wow, D'Amico Ryans is 41. Aaron Rodgers is 42. It's a great name, Saquon. Ooh! Al-Shair. He's Uncle Rogers. He's Unc. Oh, you do not like Aaron Rodgers. That's fair. Wow! So then why do they not work Freiermuth more? And there's a flag in the secondary. Holding. Oh, they weren't even ready for that one. Oh, 12 men on the field? Aaron is the king of that, man. He is the king of that. That is as tough of a catch. Why does Aaron not go to him more? That's what people are going to say if the Steelers lose this game. He got tripped, Aaron, and now he's mad. And he's pleading to the ref. Let's see this. Did he get tripped? I didn't see him trip on anyone. Show me this again. I mean, to be fair, you're saying he needs to pack it up. I mean, Patrick Mahomes looked awful against the Texans. Now, this is the first target for Metcalf since that drop. I thought Aaron was going to run here, but he didn't. Oh, my God. And that was a beautiful throw to Metcalf. And Metcalf didn't catch it. That was a beautiful throw. So when do we call the nursing home? Are they going to punt? I guess they are going to punt. You also got hit in the helmet again in the head. Aaron's been hit in the head a bunch of times. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Almost did not secure that punt. He does have a big helmet. $17-6. I'm just really not blaming this on Aaron, I'll be honest with you. Roger's getting flashbacks about time he angered the TSA. Hard to miss, 77. Do you think this game's going to get exciting in the final minutes? Josh Allen took a beating start to finish of that game. I'm just impressed that he finished it. You remember that, Andrew? I used to do that in like NBA hang time, where you can make their heads gigantic or make everyone really small. Well, it can't now because they had the scoop and score, so now they have 17. I was always Scottie Pippen and Rodman. Pippen and Rodman. Tony Kukoc. Hey, man, he's done it before. Steelers got to get the ball back. Do they go, if they score a touchdown, do they go for 2? There was no Michael Jordan in that game. That's why everybody had to be Scottie Pippen. You couldn't be Jordan. No MJ for whatever reason. The Houston defense was always the real deal. Nobody was ever questioning that. I said the Steelers' defense was the real deal, and they were. They've only given up 10 points right now, and they forced 3 turnovers. Oh, that's actually pretty funny to do that. You could just make them. But you could make them anything. You can turn them into like clowns and give them crazy hair. I used to know why MJ wasn't in those games. I forget. There was like a real reason why. You scheduled some annual leave tomorrow morning. Gonna need to sleep to recover from all this excitement. It's true. Damon Woody said it's best this morning. They called the Avengers Assemble, and Josh Allen walked into the empty room by himself and said, "We're here." I love that. That's actually great. I didn't see that. I was vindicated on my take about Cook and everything with the Bills. Everyone kept saying that I was downplaying everyone else and the run game. That game could not have unfolded any better for me and my takes about Josh Allen. You know, she actually could. Although she's actually in both universes. The MCU and the little Sony thing they got going on. Second and 8. Texans hand the ball off. Oh, nice little cut. It's going to be 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4. If I'm the Texans, I am absolutely just hand the ball off, hand the ball off, hand the ball off. I don't care. My defense has been amazing. I'm up 2 scores. Hand the ball off, hand the ball off, hand the ball off. I do not care. Hand the ball off, hand the ball off. Yeah, she's Hawkeye and she's Gwen from Into the Spider-Verse. Oh, they got it. And more. And he's going. Wow. Wow. I can't see how he's coming back. It's Monday. The game's on Sunday for them. Why did that happen? Where are you watching? No, I meant like, are you watching on like YouTube TV or like what? Like, how are you watching? I should have said. Second and 8. Oh my God. Now it's going to be like 3rd and 2. 3rd and 3. I'm all on YouTube TV. Can New England O-line hold up against this pass rush? I mean, listen, Drake May's been sacked a ton. But the offense for the Patriots is obviously a lot better than the Steelers. The big question is can CJ Stroud and that defense or that offense do anything against the New England's defense? Wow. There's a flag, though. Holding. Gets the Steelers offsides. Clock will start on my signal. Let me see. Yeah, no Nico is huge. Let me get to the box score of this game. Jalen Hurts sidesteps endorsement of Eagles offensive coordinator. Hurts was asked if he wanted Petula back. I think it's too soon to think about that. I put my trust in Howie. Howie, Nick, and Mr. Laurie. He did say Nick. They're going to lose the 7th straight playoff game, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The question is, does Mike Tomlin get fired after this game? Some love for Julian. I will match any super chat for the next 5 minutes. Well, thank you. I don't... Now you're getting defensive. Scott, there's like no one in this room right now. Not enough people care about the Steelers-Texans. Troy Aikman is saying this is Aaron Rodgers' last game. Thank you, EDV. That is very kind of you. I appreciate it. I wish Schottenheimer didn't impress people in his first year because if Tomlin got fired, it would be amazing for Dallas to get him. Oh, I think a lot of fans from Philly and Washington would love Tomlin to go to Dallas Cowboys. Listening to Mike Tomlin have to figure out what's going on with Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin to figure out with Jerry Jones, I'd love that. Brock Purdy rocks. Brock Purdy is the best quarterback left in the playoffs right now. Thank you, Scott. Man, those wraps were not worth it, though. You'd get like one chicken tender and like a floppy wrap, a floppy tortilla. That's a touchdown. Who called? Someone called that in the chat. Although they said that, although it wasn't Woody Marks. Oh, you hear them cursing there? Wow. Wow, they're still letting the cursing go. I gotta take these out of my ears. My ears. He said some words. I do appreciate it, Scott and EDV. Sarah. I didn't know you were still here. First off, thank you so much for the super chat. Truly. Second off, Josh Allen is clearly better. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry. I gotta admit. I gotta be honest here. Josh Allen is better than Brock Purdy. I've been exposed. Tomlin would never go to the Cowboys. He's not a yes man. It's just a bummer. I would have liked this game to be a little bit more competitive. Sorry, Nick Ray, but you was Nick wrong. Travis, thank you. Guys, you don't have to do super chats, but I really appreciate it. No one has to match anything or do anything. You don't have to do any of that. But Travis, that's very kind of you. I appreciate that. I'm getting my Canadian dollars. Do you call them dollars? Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much. Seriously. I'll be live streaming this weekend again. Oh, a muff pod. Doesn't matter. Seriously, guys, thank you so much. Seriously. It is really nice, and it is helpful. What was I about to say? I appreciate the Canadian dollars, Travis. I appreciate it. What am I trying to say right now? I don't remember. The super chats always throw me off because I'm always like, man, I can't believe people are throwing money at me. It's like mind blowing to me. Oh, how wrong has Nick been? Well, he was very confident that he was so confident that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers were going to win, and now they lost 24-6. That's why confidence means nothing to me in predictions. It means nothing to me. And that's why you got to be careful with the victory laps, because you can't be like, I told you the Eagles were going to lose. And it's like, you also said the Rams were going to blow out the Panthers. That didn't happen. You also said the Steelers were going to beat the Texans. That didn't happen. You also said the Chargers were going to beat the Did you say the Chargers were going to beat the Patriots, or they were just only going to cover? That didn't happen. Josh Allen does more than just put the team on his back if he plays a game. He seems to be able to do that consistently. On the Avengers note, he can do this all day. I can do this all day. I hope Rodgers comes back next year. It makes me feel like less time has gone by. You know, that is true. That is true. Just say you believe in your team. Did you feel dirty with people throwing money at you? Nah, I feel very grateful. He had the Packers stomping the Bears. Did he? He didn't have the Bears winning? Honestly, I hope not. Nick butters up the Buffalo Bills. It's too late for that. Nothing he says about the Bills and Allen and none of that. And none of it, I don't take any of it seriously. Also, it's going to be so much about him hating on the Broncos. Now he threw an interception. Oh my God, is his pass ever going to be a pick six? Wow. Wow. Is that going to be his last ever? Well, no, because he's going to get the field again. His now touchdown and interception ratio in the playoffs is getting worse, which means Josh Allen's is getting better. Wow. This is like how Tom Brady threw a pick six to end his career in New England. The cherry on the pie is what Troy Aikman just said. I don't think I've ever heard. Who puts the cherry on a pie? That's the cherry on the pie? Have you guys heard of that phrase like that? Reminds me of when Tom Brady finally lost the Cowboys. Steelers of what everyone thought the Panthers were. Who would have thought Houston was going to score 30 points? Well, that's not fair because all those points came because of defense. Let me see. CJ Stroud now has 3 playoff wins. Dan Marino's last game was 62-7 loss to the Jags in the playoffs. That is pretty harsh. It's the way it ends. I wonder if Aaron will be back, though. So CJ Stroud, they have only 2 touchdowns offensively. The offense only scored 14 points, and I think one of them was because of that, either off the fumble or off an interception. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, the one fumble led to a field goal. And yeah. The one touchdown was 14 plays, 92 yards. He missed the field goal? Who missed the field goal? Isn't that when the Jags had Mark Brunell under the crossbar? Wait, what did I miss? What just happened? Was it an extra point that they missed? Is that what happened? It was an extra point that they missed? I missed it. Was that the most exciting part of this game? I'll go back real fast. We got time. I'm not going to miss anything. Wow. Oh, it did go under. What? How did that happen? Did it get tipped? Is Aaron Rodgers going to go back out there now, or is Mason Rudolph going out there? Wow. Someone said that the over-under was 38.5. Now it's 36. Steelers aren't kicking any field goals. Texans aren't going to kick any field goals. And if they even got an interception, I wonder if they would even take it in. Or if they would just fall on the ground and just, end it. Julian, this is it for Rodgers, I think. You think it's over for Aaron? Then you don't think he would want to be on the field right now? I'm going to have to make my post-game clip. Well, Troy Aikman definitely clearly thinks it's over. Hold on 1 second. I'm setting up my stream to do the post-game. Okay. Sorry. Oh. Houston Texans, baby. Sorry. I got to catch up on some of these comments. What should I talk about in my post-game video? I dare you all to fall asleep during post-game video, then wake up and fumble the camera a few times. Whoa. Troy doesn't eat sweets, so that's why he puts cherries on his pie. What is happening right now? I don't think he'll retire. They made the playoffs. That's a crazy line, Travis, that you just said. Rodgers will wait until he sees what happens with Tomlin before he decides. I wonder if Tomlin will get fired because there's all these other coaches around now. Like, that's what makes this all insane. Talk about how awful the Steelers' offense. I don't know. I think it was about the Texans' defense. I think the story of the game has to be all about the Texans. Hold on. What are they saying here? Oh. So is Troy Aikman and Joe Buck still doing another game then, I think? That's funny. They're all making jokes about how they don't even know when it is. How every network is watching to figure out. Oh, and now because they don't even know what network it's going to be on, so the broadcasters can't even start prepping. So they don't even know if they're doing the Seahawks game or the whatever game. Right, so it's going to be Fox, NBC, CBS, and ESPN, or is it going to be Amazon? Hopefully we get another Troy Aikman, Joe Buck game. Oh, it is. It's ESPN, ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC. So we still get another game with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. Hopefully it is the Buffalo Bills Broncos game. I don't think the defense did anything Rodgers. I think so. 30-6 win. Well, now I'm torn. I'm scared of the Texans. I'm more scared of the Texans than the Patriots. I don't think I can root for the Patriots next weekend. I don't know. I'm going to go make my video. Hold on. All right. I got to do my post game. Ugh. Anything I should say? Anything you guys want me to make sure that I say in this? A lot of people want to fire Mike Tomlin. The Houston Texans take down the Pittsburgh Steelers considering the score was 30-6. I don't think this game felt very much like a 30-6 game. This was very much a 10-9 game. This was a 6-3 game that somehow happened to end up 30-6. I mean, listen, man, that Houston Texans defense was always for real. That defense was always, there was nothing for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers to do. And when they did have some plays, they simply did not make those plays. And listen, CJ Stroud definitely played an inconsistent game, but he was also still making some big time throws in some moments that really kept the momentum going. It really kept the Steelers at bay. But to be clear, CJ Stroud has to be better. I mean, CJ Stroud absolutely, undeniably needs to be better, because if they lost that game, if the Steelers offense could do anything productive, could do anything positive, you would have been able to point directly to CJ and say that's why you lost. Some of the fumbles I'm more forgiving on, because sometimes you're about to let it rip, you get hit. You know, I'm a little bit more forgiving on some of those types of turnovers. I really am. The interception when you were I don't know if you were officially in the red zone, but you were right there. You're obviously in field goal range. That's something that you can't do in this style of game. Because like I said, this game was clearly some sort of low scoring 10-6, 12-6, like we saw with the Rams and the 49ers last year. It was like that had this game written all over. And it would have been, but the defense kept saying, no, we want points. We're going to start forcing turnovers on Aaron ourselves. And the defense dominated this game. I mean, that's clearly the story of this game. The defense absolutely positively dominated this game. And it was a thing of beauty. They don't rely on just physicality. They don't just rely on strategic play calling. They got it all. The communication for the defense is through the roof. The contact is through the roof. The effort is through the roof. The coaching is through the roof. The timing is through the roof. It's perfect defense. Some Broncos fans, and I think some Seahawks fans now too, got mad at me because I kept saying this Texans defense is the best. And again, the Seahawks defense is unbelievable as well. It really is. And maybe it's a toss-up between those two defenses, but watching the Texans defense is just a thing of beauty. Maybe because the offense is just not that great right now for the Texans, that it makes when you're watching the Texans game, you're in for the joy and the excitement of the defense. Maybe Seahawks have a little bit more things going offensively, so it balances out the viewing experience. But if you're watching the Texans play right now, you're just like, what can I learn from watching this defense get after it? What can I learn? What am I witnessing right now? I mean, the Steelers just essentially had no chance. They had absolute no chance. And if you're going to keep holding teams to 6 points, and what was it, like 80 yards at the halftime? Like, you can win. But I'm telling you right now, you need your offense to be better. And now Nico's gone. I'm pretty sure Nico will not be back by the game on Sunday. I don't see how that's possible. I mean, he had to get carded. I don't see it. He might even be out for the next game if you win that game, obviously. So that is a big loss. That is a big loss. And you're going to need CJ Stroud to elevate. You're going to need CJ to elevate, and this offense for the New England Patriots has way more going for them. And Drake May can take it. I mean, Drake May's been sacked and rocked all season long, and it does not faze him. But as we saw against the Chargers, listen, like we saw what the Chargers defense did against the Patriots. And I kept banging the drum too, that the Chargers have a great defense as well. So there's going to be some similarities there. There will be potentially some opportunities. But Drake May uses his legs great, and he can make some big time throws. And you got to cover a lot of guys there too, Diggs, Booty, etc. Like there's pieces for him to work with. So this game this game will probably come down even more on CJ Stroud at this moment, and how much can they run the ball. But I mean, 21 for 30. This box score actually makes it almost look better than CJ played. And again, it's not that CJ played terrible. It's just, if you're going to win a Super Bowl, you need higher quality quarterback play. You just do. And again, he made some beautiful throws. And you're like, yeah, CJ, more of that, less of the other stuff. They tried to do some of the trickery. I don't know why. They were able to run the ball. Their defense is great. Like, there was just kind of no need for that. I mean, his box score is a little rough because they gave him five fumbles, but technically they're crediting, I think, some of the bad snaps that were considered fumbles. So, like, you can't really go based off of that. But that was also disconnected. You can't have that. And then, a better team like the Patriots could potentially really make you pay for it. But, I mean, you're 10 for 15 on third down. The Steelers were 2 for 14. I mean, honestly, going through any of the Steelers' box score at this point really makes zero sense. They were 2.9 yards per pass. The Texans were 7. I mean, that's just pretty bonkers when you think about it. But I mean, yeah, I think if you're a Texans fan, you're obviously through the roof, really excited, really happy, really pumped. You won 30-6, but I still think it would be fair to be a little unsettled and a little uncomfortable with your offense now going deeper into the playoffs, going up against better teams, higher quality teams. There's an argument to say that the Patriots have a better defense, that the Steelers have a better defense than the Patriots do. So you kind of have that going for you. And they're able to run the ball 31 for 164. And obviously a bunch of that really kind of broke free when the game was practically already over. But they were able to get a lot of these nice, I call them chunk runs, but really they're not. But there's nice little chunks of like 3-4 yards, 3-4 yards, 3-4 yards, 3-4 yards. That does make it a lot easier for CJ to wheel and deal in those moments. But yeah, obviously Christian Kirk getting going, Higgins getting going. It's just, yeah, I anticipate the offense to be able to get going a little bit more for the Patriots in this game. Certainly more than what we just witnessed out of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so you're just going to need a cleaner operated offense for sure if you want to be able to get by them. But again, Drake May hardly played some amazing game. I think he also made some great plays as well and stepped up what he needed to. And I kind of give him more of the benefit of the doubt of the first playoff game and going up against a great defense. And so it is going to be fascinating to see what the Texans have in store for that. And if they can limit, if they can force him to turn the ball over, make some mistakes, but then limit some of his big play opportunities, because they're going to beat it. He's going to take those shots. And if he does, and if they do get through, can the offense answer? Like, think about a game like this. If the Steelers were able to put up a few more points and actually kind of make it competitive, where you were like, this is a gotta-have-it moment, the Texans need a touchdown here, did you really feel like they would have been capable of doing it? In this moment, I did not think so. I saw some great plays and some great throws and whatnot, but like, you never truly felt like in a gotta-have-it moment, all right, don't worry, we'll be able to score here. We'll be able to march down the field. It's just like, So, and the game might call for that. At the very least, the AFC Championship game will call for that. And if not, or the Super Bowl will call for that. But if not, then you keep, as long as your defense holds everyone to 6 points, you'll win. I'm confident in that. If your defense keeps holding everyone to 6 points, and your defense is also scooping and scoring touchdowns, well, then you'll just win every game. And it'll be one of the craziest ways to win a Super Bowl. But CJ and that offense have to be better. I'll emphasize that. I don't want to take away from any of the joy and the praise of the Texans, because I do think this game is all about the Texans and really exciting. And that's why I was like, when I was talking to live chat right now, I was just like, hey, I don't know. Do I want to Julian, have any QB played terrible to you? Name them. Well, I just said CJ Stroud didn't play great. And so, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I forget what I was going to say. I got distracted by the live chat right now. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I read every single comment. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, either way, let's get in some discussions. Let's get in some fights. But ultimately, let's just have some fun. And please do consider subscribing. We are building an amazing community here, and absolutely love to see you part of it. I want to build something that we all generally feel connected to. Something that we're really excited to be part of. I think we're well on our way to doing it. And please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, as it really does help with visibility and the algorithm. Thank you so much. See you next time. Did Julian, have any quarterbacks play terrible to you? Name them. CJ needed to be better. Justin Herbert needed to be better. Those are the two quarterbacks that actually stand out the most to me. Did they just announce it? I have it all paused. I got to go upload this video right now. Yeah, you said not great, but you said that wasn't terrible. Man was terrible. Who? CJ was terrible? No, it didn't. It just showed you a sad face emoji. There's no way. CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans dominate Steelers and retire Aaron Rodgers. That's a good one. I like that. Lord have mercy, that game ended drastically. It got crazy. It got crazy. NFL post-game reaction. Yeah, a lot of garbage time points. That's what I mean. That game was clearly like a 10-9 or whatever game. A 10-6. That game was over. CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans dominate. Dominate. CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans dominate Steelers and retire Aaron Rodgers. NFL post-game. I'm worried about Stroud. He's not been very good since his rookie season, in all honesty. Put Texas defense dominate. Well, they did. Are they not part of the Houston Texans? NFL news. NFL. Oh, no. NFL. Houston Texans. A lot of people were rooting for Rodgers and the Steelers, and it did not go. Would the network ever let Brady commentate for the Patriots this year? Oh, for sure. Troy Aikman does Cowboys and stuff. I'm sure, has he not ever commentated a Patriots game yet? Poor Steelers players must have been so demoralized towards the end. Yeah, I mean, I just think at that point, you just know it's over, and it's just so hard to put in any energy and effort at that point. You just know it's not happening. This was bad. You obviously haven't seen Herbert play. Why? What did he say? Better than Justin Herbert since his rookie season. CJ Stroud has been better than Justin Herbert, you're saying? Yeah, that'd be interesting if Tom Brady called a game for the Patriots. Wonder if he'd be harder on May out of spite. No. I think he'll elevate him. It looks so bad if you don't. If anything, you go out of your way to praise them. All right, that video is published. What was I about to say? Texans, Steelers. I agree with that. What was someone said something? Oh, I was about to look up the schedule now. I want to see when these games are playing and what are the times. NFL schedule. Oh, it's all been updated on Google. That was quick. All right, the Broncos and the Bills are the day game. 49ers, Seahawks are the night game. The Texans and the Patriots are the day game. And the Rams and the Bears are the night game. Just got the notification for your video as I'm on your live. Oh, really? It's a great video, let me tell you. Yeah, that's not cool. They should have the game on Sunday. I guess everyone someone has to lose a game. Saturday. Well, then it's interesting because that Saturday night game is actually later at night, where the Sunday night game is Super Bowl time. So it's like anywhere between 3 and 6, depending on where you are. The Bills are favored. I get it. Honestly, because it's Josh Allen. And Houston flies back tonight, and then they are off tomorrow, and then they will fly out on Friday night. So 3 days of practice and rest. Playoffs, baby. Playoffs. Playoffs? Playoffs. Julian, thoughts on Tomlin? Steelers can't keep putting up with that mediocrity. Like number 1 for Julian, CJ and his defense. Wait, hold on. What does that comment mean? Like number 1 for Julian and CJ and his defense. Hello, pretty. How you doing? I don't like that the Bills are favored. I'll put a chip on the Broncos' shoulder. It'll put a chip on the Broncos' shoulders. The Bills play better when they feel like underdogs. Well, they were favored against the Jags as well. I'm sorry about that. The Eagles should have won that game. They should have won that game. And then they would be playing the Bears Friday on Sunday night. I agree about Mike Tomlin. The offense is just, I don't know what you do with the year of Aaron Rodgers and that offense. I don't know. What was your wild card game to watch? What was my favorite wild card game to watch? Probably the Bills versus the Jags, or honestly, the Carolina Panthers versus the Rams. I mean, that game was pretty wild. The Rams versus the Panthers. And that was the first game, so I was the most awake and most energized. It was weird because the Bears and the Packers game was pretty boring. Like, they were scoring, but then there was a long stretch where everybody was like, this game's over. And then even when the Bears came back and won it, it was done in such a way where we were all just kind of like, what's happening? Whereas the Jags and the Bills game, that was back and forth, like that was like, oh my gosh, what's about to happen here? The Eagles and the 49ers game was pretty blah. The Chargers and the Patriots game was blah. And this game was interesting. By the way, brutal for the Rams to have to deal with playing Chicago cold at night, basically. Yeah, I'll see. Jags had all week to fire up the locker room out being disrespected with the point spread. Didn't matter. Yeah, Ed Oliver coming back would be awesome. Looking forward watching Ed and next year together. Maybe they'll bring Bosa back too. It all depends on if you win the Super Bowl. Yeah, there's definitely no Nico. There's no way Nico's coming back. Definitely no Gabe Davis. He had a bad game and he still put up 250. I mean, he had an interception and multiple fumbles. Who else is excited to see the Panthers next season? That playoff game has to give them some confidence and a boost. I would have liked to have seen them in the divisional round. They would have been playing the Bears. This game should be bottled and sold. Could be. What's up? How you doing? No chance. Curtis Samuel is the next wide receiver to show up off IR now that Gabe Davis is gone. Either that or they'll elevate Marco Holdman again. It's just going to be Josh Allen. Young, the Panthers will be a playoff team next year. Need a new DC. Yes. That would truly been interesting with them in the divisional. I agree. It just adds like a big wrinkle to be like, what's about to happen here? Yeah, you feel like Houston has a shot if Houston defense comes out early and get Drake's heads early. Here's the reality. I just have no confidence in this Houston Texans offense at this point. Why should anyone have like actual true confidence? I'm not saying you should doubt them. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not saying you should doubt them, but there's no reason that you should feel confident about this offense. And listen, I expect CJ Stroud to play better. Not even just the turnovers. I just expect him to look more composed and more confident in a game like this. But that defense is so impressive. And listen, we saw what the Chargers defense did against the Patriots offense. The Texans defense is better. Yeah, Nico is out being devastating. What would your message be to the 20-year-old that don't have a dad and mom, their lives, and that are active in the streets? I'd say, I hope you get the support. I hope I'd go get all the support I can. I'd see a counselor and a therapist. He had so many shots to run and just wouldn't. CJ? I'd have to think about that. Let me see. What are people saying on that video? Oh, Chiefs fan. What was that? Great win. CJ got to hold on to the ball better. Field goal is always better than nothing. Every point going to matter versus New England. Agreed. Soul, agreed. Witnessing a team with many different weapons. O-line, we're just handing out roadmaps where Justin lives. That's a funny comment. I didn't really notice that. He was getting hit a lot. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't see that. Did the Eagles fire Petula yet? Haven't seen nothing yet. I don't think they were going to do it right away. They want to let things chill for a second. But yeah, he's going to be gone. CJ has no trust in his own line. I get that. But there were still decisions that he needed to make. Do you think A.J. Brown will be back for the Eagles next year, or do you expect a trade? I think it all depends on who they hire as an offensive coordinator. I think they'd like to keep A.J. and get a better coordinator. I think that would be their plan. They believe that they can run it back. They just need better coaching, which was the exact problem that they had in 23 going into 24, and it directly led to a Super Bowl. So I think that's the way they're thinking. And any problems that A.J. Brown has, they'll be able to be like, we're making changes. We got you, Mike McDaniel. Rodgers' career ending, probably on a pick six. Just got to feel bad. Well, especially considering he's got the best touchdown to interception ratio, one of the best touchdown to interception ratios of all time in playoff history. It was the best until Josh Allen. So here's the thing. You say they got to go long-term this time. Like, it can't be a one-year thing. And I agree. But they are looking at it on the Super Bowl window right now. So they're just trying to win another Super Bowl. So even the short term isn't the worst thing as long as you win that other Super Bowl. If he's confident in his O-line, he sees the field better. Well, yeah, for sure. But that interception is crushing. In a game where the score is so close, that interception in the red zone like that, when you're in field goal range where points are going to matter so much, just can't have that. But he does throw a beautiful ball. Yeah, let's stop making excuses for Stroud. Same thing could be said about any QB. He's been awful. I didn't say that. That's what Young Conqueror said. I'm reading the comment. They need to find, if it's out there, an older OC like Fangio. Well, yeah, that would obviously be ideal. But the problem is people don't really like the older offensive coordinators because they're not as good as the younger coordinators. The older defensive coordinators are typically better than the younger ones. That is the dilemma. What they needed was a head coach who can actually call an offense. He is not. Can't believe these people are. Someone just said, wasn't a Superman Allen game. I actually agree with these guys this time. Allen just played a good, stay calm football. Why do people not understand what Superman means? Travis, do you think that was a Superman game? Do you think the Eagles should fire Sirianni? May CJ is used to that Houston. Is coming out. Oh my gosh, stop. Every time I say his name, my phone goes off. It was clear. Why do people not accept that was a Superman game? Why do they think Superman games are only games where you run around and scramble behind the line of scrimmage and throw the ball 80 yards down the field? Why is that the only way that people can understand a Superman game? Or it has to be insane stats of 400 yards. First off, the man had over 300 total yards. He was the leading rusher. He carried them. He had a 10-yard tush push. He was the one that needed it for everything. What's the thing? They think a Superman game is only 6 touchdowns. Try your best to say it nicely. Use PG language. You should be worried, young conqueror. You should be worried. It is Josh Allen. But this is where it's like such a bizarre thing, because if Josh Allen loses to the Broncos, it'll be like, see, he can't get it done. You've been pretty good with your language, EDV. I think any of the other comments you make that have been bad, YouTube automatically filters them. I wouldn't have let AJ Brown on the plane. I would have been like, that would not have gone over well. But also, they don't need to fly anywhere. They were at home. I believe we're having coaching advantage, though. And Bo can be Allen-esque. Okay, he is not Allen-esque. Allen-esque is way too strong. I said Josh Allen light. Allen-esque? Like Brew saying Mahomes is Jordan-esque? No. The filtered comments get wild. I saw someone comment that if the Jags and the Bills had traded quarterbacks, the Jags would have been absolutely pounded the Bills. Well, yeah, the whole thing was if if Josh Allen was on the Jags, the Jags would be front runners to win the Super Bowl. They'd be blowing out teams. I would say the best story for football right now would would be for Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. More than the Broncos, more than the Patriots, more than the 49ers, the Seahawks. I think the close second to this would maybe be the Seahawks because of the Sam Darnold. Maybe the Patriots just because it would blow people away that they now just won a Super Bowl without Tom Brady. I mean, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. Caleb Williams and Chicago Bears and Bo Nix Never Broncos will have a lot of energy behind it for sure too. But maybe the Caleb Williams Chicago Bears because they really want Caleb desperately to be the next Mahomes, and now they're probably already getting antsy that the Chiefs and Mahomes are on their way out, and so they get to now rely on Chicago and that massive market. So those obvious wow moments makes it clear to understand and visually see. Oh, for sure. Football is such a hard game to understand at this level, and like you have said before, many people haven't experienced sport at any real level. No, it's true. Just one more reason for you to root for Josh. I don't see Buffalo beating Seattle. Josh Allen would definitely have his work cut out, that's for sure. Josh Wynn, Nick Wright would have I mean, it's kind of a lose-lose situation for him now in the AFC. If any quarterback wins in the AFC, the Super Bowl, it's either going to be Drake May and the New England Patriots. Oh, that's what I want to talk about with you guys real fast. It's either Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, which will try to pretend, I told you that Josh Allen would win. And it's like, get out of here, man. You know you do not like this. It's either Bo Nix, Drake May, or Josh Allen. And if the Texans win, that would be one of the better case scenarios for him, probably. Dude, that's so crazy. You're right. The defenses outscored both offenses. It's pretty crazy. What did I think of that game? I think the Texans' defense brings the pain. That's what I think. What I was going to talk about, it was not about Drake May, is that it's really a bummer that First Things First keeps going all in on now Wilds and Drake May and the Patriots and the Trumpeters and the Doorstep of Destiny. Like they kept interrupting like every single segment and doing it. And it's just like to add another person now who wants to troll everyone and wants to elevate all the antics. Like that was the breath of fresh air when the Kansas City Chiefs were in there because then we don't need any of the banners. And now Wilds is doing it. And now it's just going to be a battle of the antics. Nick will be healthy. It's hard to understand seeing a W stand in the pocket and a QB in the pocket and understand him making a full field read and then putting a ball between the safety and linebacker 25 yards down the field, first covered two. Yeah, those layered throws, I don't think people appreciate just how beautiful they are. That is Superman stuff, but people say to themselves, every quarterback can do that. I'm so happy for Wilds, though. Well, he just has a little bit more energy now. He can fight fire with fire. Do you think it changed their opinion if Josh got a Super Bowl, or Nick would be like, well, Josh only has one? Yeah, I mean, he still is not coming off the whole Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback of all time. I think ultimately, I think ultimately, with Josh Allen winning, it turns into it takes away some of the fire that like a Nick has to constantly downplay what Josh Allen has accomplished in his career. And you can't have this like because like Nick loves to be like it's insane that anyone ever even remotely considers Josh Allen better. And that's the thing too, because Nick double, triple, quadruple downs on this, and he'll say, you know, things like that Josh Allen just couldn't get it done against the Chiefs. And because of that, he then uses that to elevate the Chiefs even more, but just becomes like that feedback loop. Like he tried to make the whole argument that Patrick Mahomes is better than Josh Allen in the playoffs, and it's just not true. Honestly, not because it's my team, but if Josh was the first QB to three-peat, I would love it because Nick Ray. Well, I don't know. You got to win one Super Bowl before you start talking about a three-peat. Yeah, Pittsburgh could not do anything offensively. Absolutely nothing. I think the Texans matchup, I think the Patriots offense struggled a bit with the Chargers defense, and I think the Texans defense is even better than the Chargers defense. And this Chargers defense is a great defense. But will they also force some of those fumbles? There is a YouTube video that was made years ago about Nick Red's takes and him lying. Really? It's pretty crazy and well done. It's about basketball takes and LeBron. I haven't seen it. I'm not even a Texans fan. But you lean Texas. Oh, it's extremely unlikely. But after Nick made such a big last year, I know. That's where random Kansas City Chiefs fans, after the Eagles lost, they were like, oh, it's so hard to repeat. Isn't it so hard to repeat? Patrick Mahomes was going for a three-peat. It's like, guys, will you just sit down? Nobody is talking about the Chiefs right now. Will you just stop? I have seen the impersonator, the AI. The best thing you guys can do is just not watch it. And then hopefully he just stops. Chris Carter. Those were the days. Those were the days. Broncos Bears Super Bowl. That would be a wild Super Bowl. I think the big thing is, I appreciate that, Young. I think the big thing is about the whole Chiefs thing is, and Colin said this, and obviously I agree. I always say this, that the NFL can be okay. It's okay to talk about other teams. It's okay to talk about the Carolina Panthers, the Jaguars. It's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. And the playoffs this year did not have Patrick Mahomes and the Ravens and the Bengals, no Lamar, no Burrow, none of it. And it was still amazing. Bryce Young versus Matthew Stafford was amazing. Another Pats Bears Super Bowl. Would be interesting. Damn, it's bad. But I first thought of Rush Hour, the movie, when you said Chris Carter. Was that his name? Was it Chris Carter in that movie? I know it was Carter. Carter! Yeah, the playoffs have been fun. They've been amazing. That's one of my favorite movies of all time, the original Rush Hour. It was going to be Eddie Murphy, but he turned it down, and thank goodness he did. I'm excited for the Broncos-Bills game. That is going to be a stressful game to watch. That is going to be a genuinely difficult game for me to watch because I want to see both those teams. I want to see both those teams win and go off. Like, I want to see Bo Nix have success, Josh Allen have success. What did Rich Eisen take back? That game is going to be awesome. I think the Broncos beat up the Bills. Ooh. Who did you have in the Jags versus the Bills, though? Did you have the Bills winning or the Jags winning? Yeah, didn't Cook smoke the Broncos deep for like 140 yards last postseason? Yeah, using last season, though, is so difficult. That game should have been tied at halftime, or even the Broncos could have had the lead last year. But they dropped passes, and then they missed the field goal, I think. Who do you got? The Bears and the Rams, and the 49ers and the Seahawks, and the Patriots and the Texans? I was confident against the Broncos last season, but they are a very different team this year. Well, the other question mark for the Broncos is that their offense has also been inconsistent. So can the Bills take advantage of that? But you do have home, not home field, like getting a bye and whatnot. So you do have a rest mismanagement. This is going to be a Kincaid, Knox, Shakir in the middle type of game. You can't attack Denver outside the numbers like you can the Jags. This is going to be a Josh Allen using his legs. He is a Broncos fan, but he has a love-hate relationship with Bo Nix and Sean Payton, for that matter. You know who he wanted to start at quarterback? He wanted Zach Wilson. Or Stidham. Going to the Super Bowl, Chicago Bears. The NFL would love that. Where is Zach Wilson right now? Is he not? He's not on the Broncos anymore, is he? I forget. I don't even remember where he is. Is he on the Broncos? I honestly don't even remember. He was with Colin. He wanted them to draft another quarterback this year. Zach Wilson is with the Dolphins. Right, because he was upset that they went with the third string quarterback, whoever that guy's name was, instead of him. For all we know, Zach Wilson gets another chance. I mean, that's the thing. All these quarterbacks are like, I don't know. Mac Jones can start. Sam Darnold can start. Baker, like, it's just like, I don't know. Give him a good enough coach. There's just not enough good coaches. If the Bills, oh man, I haven't had this plugged in all this time. What am I doing? Wow, I can't believe that lasted. That's a great battery. Talk about new iPhones and their battery. Wow. If the Bills go to the Super Bowl this year, I will be taking the day off after. I think that's a great idea. O'Connell can turn Zach Wilson around. Maybe. They didn't do well. Thank you so much, Mega. I haven't seen you in a while. As a Ravens fan, to all the Steelers fan in here, with the most disrespectful possible, EI. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. You think Jimmy G still has some tread? Probably not. He just gets so banged up. You think he'll take the week off? I mean, yeah, I'm from Florida, and I'll be flying up for the parade if the Bills win. Dang, you guys are planning three-peats, parades, days off. You guys are already saying, you got to beat the Broncos. Hey, man, enjoy that time with your family. It's more important than me, that's for sure. Hey, if the Bills get to the Super Bowl, let's all just go to San Francisco. We'll just tailgate. We'll stay outside around it. Or we'll get like a hotel suite in the area. And we'll just have a watch party. Really, you're going to try to get through us. I'll see you on Saturday. Broncos, Bills. This is what I was saying, though, before. The Broncos and the Bills are a win-win for me. The Broncos, the Bills, and the Seahawks are the three teams that I get to just kick my feet back and go, yep, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at football. Allen is one of the most underrated football players of all time. I don't know if we can beat the Broncos. I'm only hoping we find a way. We will see. We will find out soon enough. You saw the script? Where'd you see it? Wait, who are you talking about right now, Travis? You made the script. Bro, you got to tell me, how did these other games unfold? Who's beating the Bills? Who's winning the Packers? Oh my God, who's the Bears and the Rams? You should definitely be nervous about playing the Bills. Anytime you have to go up against Josh Allen, you should be uncomfortable. Oh, I thought I didn't know. I was not paying attention. Rams win by 7. Okay, okay. What's up, Julian? How do you see the Broncos versus the Bills matchup? I see it as a game that actually will really significantly come down to, can the Broncos slow down Josh Allen, and can Bo Nix finally can Bo Nix have an awesome playoff performance? Can he ball? Can he be great? Can he rise to the occasion? I think he actually played well against the Broncos last year in the playoffs, but it's like that next level, even better. I don't know, maybe we'll see in these next couple of days, because nobody has really talked about the Broncos or the Seahawks yet. But where's the conversation around Bo Nix right now? After we've seen what Drake May has done, what we've seen Caleb Williams do. On a real note, if the Bills don't even get to the Super Bowl, let alone win, can we finally hold Allen to the same standard as Lamar? Uh-oh. All depends on how the game unfolds, Mega. Who do you think the Raiders are going to the Ravens are going to hire? Matt Nagy. I think Bo Nix was great against the Bills last year. They want a defensive coach, then who's their offensive coordinator? Did you see what you just called? I'm calling it now. McMillan gets a game-sealing interception or sack. Good luck with that, buddy. Good luck with that. You want him to be your head coach? Daniels? You mean McDaniel? Or as a coordinator? Launch the rush attack on him, which should have been more effective. Keeps Bo off the field, even though he's not scary, and their offense can run the ball. A mistake-free game will be a Bills blowout. Ooh, we got some juicy predictions. We got some predictions. We only got 2 games now on both sides of the weekend, though. What is happening? I was just praising. Did this get unplugged? This just got unplugged. Hold on. Streaming the playoff games were stressful. Like watching the games, not the stream itself. But I'll be honest, you guys watched a pretty chill version of me. And you know what's so funny? Because so many people came at me in the comment section with the Eagles, and yet it was just like, did you guys see my reactions to the Rams Panthers game, or the Charger or the Bills Jags game? Like, I was way more intense in those games. The Seahawks Rams game. You can never keep Josh Allen off the field. I definitely need a new chair. How can you tell? Can you see because it's all messed up? Or because it makes noises? These armrests, you should see the armrests. But my chair, I always got to spray with WD-40. I'd need a new chair so badly. But I don't want to pay for one. I'm right until the wheels fall off. I know. It's bad. I know. I'm still using this computer that has no business recording on. I told you, man, I'm just a USB charging station. That would be helpful. You should see how I have my thing propped up. I keep my mic on my computer while I'm recording. I use my phone as my camera. I'd like to do all the real stuff, but I don't know. Now, one hater can tell me one thing Josh did wrong on Sunday, but I'm sick of hearing how Allen is bad. I agree. IKEA, Staples, Walmart, Target. This isn't even my chair. This is my cousin's chair. This was like his gaming chair or something. But the armrest is so ripped up that it now irritates my it keeps kind of roughing me up. And it's actually really irritating. And pieces of it are all over the floor. Like you can see. It just chips. It's literally all over here. If any other quarterback so you can, if you have more position of the ball. Yeah. Does the job. Here's what I'm saying. It keeps me upright. My Allen argument isn't how he sucks. He doesn't, but the God complex the media puts on Allen is too far. I don't know. You don't think he deserves the praise that he gets? The microplastics. I know, but I don't drink out of any plastics. I drink out of glass. Oh, I don't have it now. And I don't microwave in plastic. For one MVP that let's all be real was forced and 0 rings. No, I do not. You don't use a microwave? I do, but I only microwave in glass. Not in plastic. Now, when Allen makes up less than 90% of the Bills' points, the media can talk about him less. Well, I can actually say this. Josh Allen is beat up because of the Jaguars game. He is beat up. Travis, we got to make sure that we all stay healthy out here. We don't have that health care you got in Canada. We got to pay our bill. We got to pay those bills. You had Derrick Henry rush for 2,000 yards. Is it because of taxes, Travis? Oh, man, we got some Ravens fans and we got some Bills fans going at it. More like Josh Allen and Lamar fans. Where were you guys earlier? Nah, not really. As Julian pointed out, plenty of teams with better overall rushing sets. They just have more than one rusher combined. Bills only have Cook and Allen rushing. That is the one thing that drives me crazy about that conversation. Why am I the only one that talks about it? And that's why Nick was like, they have the number 1 rusher in the NFL. And I'm like, that is so irritating. Do not do that. Mainly in its public, so the wait times are anything beyond long. Surgeries can take years to get, but no. Okay, that's fair. I knew a girl who lived in Canada. She got her wisdom teeth pulled. Had no problems. But I don't live in Canada. I don't know Canada. I'd like to go to Canada. I want to go to Vancouver. You're in Toronto? I hear Toronto's great. I hear all of Canada's great. But Vancouver has the type of landscape that I'm really interested in. Like the mountains and the greenery and stuff. Canada would love to have me. I don't know. Do they want me? Can you please tell me the video you called me out on? I still haven't found it. Oh, really? I thought I gave it to you. It was proof Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' success drives fans crazy or something. Which is true, because the moment they lost, I've never had so many fans pile on in the comment section, more than any other video. So they do not want to see the Eagles succeed or Hurts succeed. So yeah, I was pretty right about that too. I think I was respectful to you. I think I probably called your comment a little crazy and ridiculous and insane and delusional. But I never call anyone dumb or stupid or anything like that. Plus, I knew it was you. And I think I did say at the top, I was like, and this is the guy who I like, where we've had some back and forths. But I respect him, but this is crazy. I forget exactly how I started it up. But I went off. The main thing that bothers me about the Bills, Allen fans, that they cry no help when their O-line is great, RBs are great. But they don't play well in the games that matter most. You could have great wide receivers. If they don't catch the ball, what good are they? They don't know how to understand a defense. What good are they? Oh, that Hurts video was worse than the Mahomes ones, especially when you showed that OT given up. I could not believe some of the comments saying, did you see that, Travis? The one guy said, right, it would have been holding. And the other one said, oh, that just proves that Jalen Hurts leaves the pocket too soon. Oh, my gosh, I couldn't believe that. The comments on that video were insane. That's a great video. And that is a great play that I see. Did you see anyone else highlight that play? Did you see anyone else on TV or online highlight that play? Nobody else did. I'll probably cut that section and turn that into its own separate video. So hopefully more people would watch it, because that video was a really long video. But I didn't see anyone else talk about it. Anyone else bring it up. I never said that the Chargers were going to win, and if they don't, I'm shaving off my eyebrows. I never said that. Wait, Seth Joyner said the opposite? Seth Joyner originally reported with that other reporter that it is on Jalen Hurts. Hey, I'm not blaming Lamar Jackson for the Ravens coming up short. I didn't blame Lamar Jackson. I'm not blaming Lamar. Don't put me into that one. Well, because someone said that in the live stream before. Are other people in that Chargers video saying I need to shave my eyebrows and my hair? I didn't see those comments yet. Today was just me getting all the videos out that I could, because then I know I was live streaming this. But these videos are tough to read the comments, because it is just nothing but negative. It is just endless negativity. It's just like relentless. By the way, huge shout out to Julian for consistency. I appreciate that, Young. You go from saying how highly you think of me and how great I am to me being terrible. I watched your second Eagles video where you showed the utter lack of effort from the team, and it was shocking and sad. If I were an Eagles fan, I would demand something to change. Yeah. I think what's devastating about that moment in that game is that Jalen Hurts would have been a hero in that game. Like, he got robbed of a hero moment for him. And all he needed was just someone to continue to play. And he does that, and then people are talking about how, oh my gosh, Jalen Hurts just saved the day. He saved the day. Honestly, your negative comments, I shouldn't tell you this, but a bunch of your negative comments have helped me make videos, though. But cut back with the negativity. Last was the best when someone gave me numbers for Hurts in the Super Bowl versus cover 3 and cover 4, yet there was no way. Oh, right, that's hockey. I don't know. That's why I said he just straight up made that up. I never see those stats anywhere. I got to reply to this comment real fast. Someone is saying, what are your opinions on people saying we should get rid of him and trade him, saying he is a fraud? What do you think the Chargers need to do this offseason? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I promise you, Herbert is elite. They just need an actual O-line and a true receiving weapon. Lad McConkey's not cutting it. And then was blasting Hurts. Yeah, that's all hockey. He's exhausting, honestly. Because he admits that he just wants to troll. Are you saying that Hurts is better than Mahomes versus zone? Who do I got? Bears or Rams? I'm thinking on that more. I'm going to linger on that game. Maybe Bills can trade our O-line coach for Ladd. I think he would be good in Buffalo. And McConkey is a slot guy. We have no defense. Oh, exactly. He's like a 6-foot slot receiver. And that's all Justin Herbert has to work with. Oh, man, I just cut. Oh, no. I got to stop playing with these headphones. I just ripped it now. Dag nabbit. Every team should be trying to get Hunter Renfrow. Stealing him from Vegas. Hunter Renfrow? Or do you mean, what's his face? Oh my God, Brock Bowers. Go look what people say about who. Max Crosby isn't going to the Bears. We got to add a lot of these things. I can get the headphones on Amazon. Go watch his routes. I thought Renfrow was done. I'm confused right now. He's with the Panthers. Could have happened, but traded for Diggs and Ravens got Jefferson. Worked well for a while with Diggs, at least. True. That's actually kind of funny, now that you're saying it like that. What they needed was their draft picks to work out for them. Oh, I was going to look up eyebrows on the comments to see how many other people are saying that. Let me see how many people are saying that. Dude, you better shave your head and eyebrows tonight. Chargers fan since the 90s. The Chargers will be charging in the playoffs. Shave your eyebrows on camera, please. What did I accidentally say on one of these streams? I have to look this up. What is going on? Hate to say it, with that DK drop, it turned the whole game. Well, it definitely was devastating. No, they're saying they want me to shave it because I made some sort of statement, maybe about like I'll shave them as like a bet or something. Julian, they said you had Chargers winning by a touchdown. That I definitely never said. There is no question about it. That I 100%. I don't have takes like that at all. And not even close. In fact, the only true take that I really said with my chest out was that this Texans Steelers game was going to be a low scoring, close game. And in my defense, it was right up into the very end. That was absolutely a 10-6 game, and we all know it. We all know it. That's exactly the game we watched. We did not witness a 30-6 game. But that was really the only take that I really said, I'm confident this is how that game is going to go. I did have the Bills winning. And I also said that the Panthers were going to make it a good game. I said I have believed that the Panthers can make it competitive. And then I even asked, I was like, do you guys think that I'm just trying to speak this into existence, or am I right? And I also said that the Packers were going to make that a great game against the Bears too, even though everybody said how injured they were. And they blew that win. That's the crazy thing. You can be a bounce away from getting all your picks correct or getting them all wrong. If Josh went to the Chiefs, he would have the Super Bowls that Mahomes has. Yeah, I agree. Maybe even more. Maybe he wins in 21. Parsons being out was huge. What was the other thing that I was about to say? Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen. Oh, predictions. Thought the Eagles were going to be able to beat the 49ers. And I did think the Chargers were going to play better. But I did say that Chargers defense is for real and that the Patriots need to understand that. And they were like, nah. Our offense is elite. I'm like, I'm not saying your offense isn't great. What did Josh Allen say? Josh Allen said in interviews that he would love to win a Super Bowl, but he's more concerned in life by what kind of person he is, and that his life is defined more than football. So I think that's true, but I also think that's one of those things that you say. Yeah, I definitely think that's true from Josh Allen. Well, I found the one video where apparently I may have said the eyebrow things because someone 2 weeks ago commented and said, Chargers fan since the 90s. The Chargers will be charging in the playoffs. Shave your eyebrows on camera, please. So I found the video that I may have said something like that. So I'll have to take a look. That's what I was about to say, EDV. Exactly. That's one of those things where you say where you're like, listen, I define my life more than just winning. But the fact that he, says that, listen, he's obviously, really enjoying his personal life, getting married, having a kid, all that stuff. Patrick Mahomes in his playoff losses, he's been awful. Absolutely awful. I'll see exactly what I said. People may be taking things a little bit too extreme out of the context. I wish someone time-stamped it. Oh, I can't really do it here. Oh, I see what's happening. I'll have to go back and look at it. But Josh has put down serious roots in Buffalo. I think he fits well in Buffalo, the city. Yeah, I agree with that. Wild looking at the Broncos' losses and the many 1-point squeaker wins. Yeah, sometimes that comes back for you in the playoffs. I think he's on the decline. Saw it this year. Wait, who do you think's on the decline? Josh Allen? Are you saying Josh Allen is on the decline? Oh, Mahomes is on the decline. Phew. Making my heart beat fast. I think all those quarterbacks are slightly on the decline. I don't think they're going up anymore, that's for sure. Am I covering the NBA? Yeah. I covered the NBA on the other channel, on JWL Hoops. But I do a few videos throughout the football season, but then once the football season is over, I do daily basketball videos, but I still do daily football videos, but there's more of the emphasis on basketball. Mahomes will be hiring Jordan Palmer next year for sure. Hey. As a longtime Bills fan, it's Allen for me. I think it's always got to be Josh. Josh Allen is always the answer. Yeah, I only have the JWL Sports and the JWL Hoops. And that, like I said, I'm watching a lot of basketball games, but like I just at this point I really try to go all in on football. Like I made 16 NFL videos today. I can't now go make a couple basketball videos about a game that like doesn't really matter right now. It's like, "Oh, the Lakers lost to the Grizzlies." It's like I can't do that yet. Hey, go for it, young. It's actually the shrine is in the other room. That's the problem. My Josh Allen takes were some of my earliest, really like say it with my chest out takes that I ever had. Where I was like, Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes. And I said that when I was making videos in 23. And people were like, what did you just say? And I was like, yeah, I said it. I said it. Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes. I said it. And I mean it. And I mean it. And it was after he won the Super Bowl. I was like, yeah, I'm saying it. And you know what? I'm giving Andy Reid a lot of credit for these Super Bowl wins. And people were like, what? I was like, yeah, I said that too. Have you guys not been hearing this online? Am I the first one to say it, tell it to you? I can't be. Love to hear what you think of the Suns when they're one win from becoming the fifth. I mean, the NBA right now is pretty wild. I thought I had a good grasp of how things were going to go right now this season, but there's a lot of really interesting surprises. The Nuggets, the Sixers, even the Thunder. And I mean, I always thought the Thunder were going to be great, but they're maybe not as dominant as I thought. Saw the Trae Young trade. I mean, I think the whole Trae Young. I mean, like ESPN was covering Trae Young like he's Steph Curry. I mean, like I am not a Trae Young fan at all. But they were trying to act like this was some massive thing going on. I know, Travis. That's why that was some of my takes where you agreed with, and I was like, okay, yeah. See, people in the comment section agree with me. I'm like, all right, Travis knows. I mean, this is in the very early stage where I'm like, Travis knows football. He agrees with me. I'm like, all right. That gave me confidence to be like, yeah, I am right about this. Travis gave me a lot of confidence in some of my earlier takes. I mean, still does even in my other takes, where I'm like, wait a second. What I'm saying is right here, right? You agree with this? I'm not crazy for seeing this, right? I'm not making stuff up. He went to Washington Wizards, where all basketball players go to be great. Andy Reid is a great coach. He would have gone on winning a Super Bowl streak with or without Mahomes. Yeah, as long as he just got a great quarterback. You still need a great quarterback to get the job done. Daryl, if his numbers continue to climb over the years, he should be, but he won't be first ballot because the voters will make him wait for a year. Wait, who's waiting? I'm worried about the curse wheel by That's Good Sports. He's a big Bronco guy, and I don't know if he can rig the wheel. What do you mean by that? I know That's Good Sports. Join a lot of Chiefs fans and podcasts want Andy Reid out. Oh my gosh, I know. They're so delusional. They're the most hypocritical fan base. I'm sorry. I understand why people can say that I am that I'm a hater about Mahomes and Andy or Mahomes and the Chiefs. And it's just like, I'm truly not. But they are some of the most hypocritical fans out there. Think about what they're saying. Well, I appreciate that, Travis. I appreciate that. Hold on. Giannis might get traded. He's saying that he doesn't want to go anywhere, though. He's trying to really say, like, I'm here forever. But, okay, the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid. They're such hypocrites where they now want to complain about the O-line and weapons, and now they want to complain about coaching. They're like, oh, this offense has never been the same ever since Bieniemy left. Oh, Andy Reid is old and doesn't have a grasp on this offense anymore. And it's like, dude, then you're saying that when the Chiefs lose, and yet when the Bills lose or the Broncos lose or the Ravens lose and they complain about their coaching staff or their roster, you're like, oh, you guys are such trash. You're just not good enough. Your quarterback's not good enough. You choke. And now when you lose, you then want to bring up the same excuses that you call those fan bases out, except you don't actually really have that excuse because trying to say that the coaching is bad, Spags wasn't good enough, they were saying Andy Reid didn't make enough adjustments. It's like, what are you talking about right now? What are we talking about? What did you want Andy Reid to do in that Super Bowl against the Philadelphia Eagles? And they're like, Andy's too stubborn. He doesn't ever get a run game for Mahomes. It's like, he got you to all of these Super Bowls and conference championships. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What's my Nope song? They're just delusional and hypocritical. I like that, EDV. Nancy Kerrigan. Sorry, Chiefs fans, but that's the natural order of things. Teams rise and fall. It just depends how long it takes to rise again. It's true. I think it's the star tactic where he shows his support to the team to stay face. That's what I was thinking too. Giannis can be a little fake like that. You said you were going to make it a song on one of your vids, even though I know it's sarcasm. Well, I did make a couple songs. But I vaguely know what you're talking about. I say so much stuff, man. It's hard for me to remember things. The Rockets? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Listen, I'm a KD truther. I'm a KD truther. The next time a Chiefs fan tells you that no player is worth anything unless they win a Super Bowl, ask them they're going to take Derek Thomas out of the Hall of Fame. I'll use that. Sarah, my wifey is a lifelong Chiefs fan, and things get tense for us during football seasons, but not this year. Yeah, I can see that. I did see though, a bunch of the memes were that everybody was really excited that the Eagles and the Chiefs are not in the playoffs anymore this year. So it does seem that a lot of people hate the Chiefs and the Eagles the most, and it makes sense because they have been the two most successful teams of the last decade. And I'm sure both fan bases can get a little wild. I used to love KD, but no more. I don't follow basketball at all, though. You don't love him anymore? You can still love him, just not follow him. I think the Suns will be 4 or 5 finished this year. Then the Rockets will be behind them. I can't really predict the play-in because already it's really wild. Yeah, the play-ins are always hard to predict. If Durant stayed healthier, he would be the all-time scorer. He knows it. What I love about KD is that he just wants the ball. He doesn't want to do anything else but just ball. That's all he cares. He's like, I just want to play basketball, man. Well, playoff basketball is great. Playoff basketball is great because that is where the 7-game, on one side, you could say the 7-game series are kind of weak because you get to play so many games, but it gets chippy, it gets intense. You know, it's like if you saw Mahomes and Josh Allen play each other and then you knew that they were playing each other again the next week, you're like, game on, like, let's go. Steph Curry is amazing. He's a monster. Steph Curry actually also really he got me back into my love for basketball for sure. I would have loved to see him go back to OKC and win. Be a big part why they won last year. I would have loved that. And if the Bears, Texans, Bills, etc. were able to win a few championships, they would be hated too. Oh yeah, absolutely. Julian, you don't play any sports games, right? None now, no. You like Madden and stuff? I don't keep up with any of that. I play Mario Kart. It's technically a racing sports game. My basketball GOATs top 3. I'll just say the ones that I enjoyed watching the most. I can't say GOATs in terms of like who's truly the best, but the ones who I loved watching the most: Steph Curry, Kobe Bryant, probably Allen Iverson. Actually, KD. KD. Without 7 games, seriously, we wouldn't have had the Warriors finals against LeBron and them. Yeah. Okay. I would love to play Julian in Madden. Julian would be fire in Madden. Why do you think I'd be great? And wait, you think I would be good at Madden or that I would just be bad at Madden and you wouldn't hear me talk? Young, yeah, that is a great point about some games. Jason Kidd passing got me into basketball for a little while back in the day. I could see that. Right on one of your videos, people are actually enjoying the playoffs this year because there's no Kansas City. Well, the only time we see Mahomes now in the playoffs are in the commercials. It was the only time I saw Mahomes this weekend. We had no Mahomes, no Kelsey, no Taylor. Yeah, but I'm not good enough at the game aspect of it, like the video game aspect of it. That would be my problem. I'd be like, wait, what button do I hit? Triangle, square? Which one's square again? No, I know. Square, triangle, circle, X? I'd have to refresh my memory. If the Bills win one Super Bowl, people don't hate that much on them. But if they did back-to-back, we'd be hated on teams as much as the Patriots or the Chiefs. Yeah, I wonder. Listen, I liked the Kansas City Chiefs way more before until, the conversation started taking a bizarre turn. And first things first, and all, it was like we couldn't have real sports conversations. That was my whole take going into the Super Bowl. Where I was just like, we can't have real sports conversations. Imagine if the Chiefs three-peated last year, but then had this season. We wouldn't be able to talk about it. They would be like, doesn't matter, he three-peated. Doesn't matter, he three-peated. The greatest quarterback in this world. Kansas City Chiefs, greatest team in the world. Doesn't matter, they three-peated. And we wouldn't be able to have any real conversations about it. And if people were saying throughout the course of the season, I don't know if Mahomes is going to be good enough to get this team to the playoffs, it would be like, how dare you say that? How dare you say that? We wouldn't be able to have real conversations. And like that was driving me crazy. And so by them losing, at least we were able to have real conversations. Spurs or OKC will definitely be 1 and 2. I'm excited to see Wembanyama in the playoffs. That's what I want to see. I can't. Doesn't matter. They three-peated. Nah, it doesn't matter. Drop the banner. But I genuinely, when the Chiefs lost in the Super Bowl to Tom Brady, little did I know that years later, that loss in the Super Bowl would be way better for me. Now that it's kind of funny, but I was furious when they lost to the Bucks. I was furious. If Wemby can stay healthy, he will be a monster. But yes, I agree. One thing I appreciate most about your takes, Julian, is that you worry about what's going on in the league currently. Your quarterback rankings are strictly about the past week and not a rich tapestry. Yeah, I appreciate that. I enjoy looking at it that way so much more. It's just so much more interesting to me. While they were talking about breaking the Golden State Warriors streak, but that's not happened. What was your reaction to the Luka and AD trade? Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty bizarre. But I mean, I think Luka is one of those really brutally difficult superstars where you know he's amazing, you know he's awesome, but you can't quite get things right around him. And I think Luka in the playoffs, the 1 year was awful. And watching him, they needed to build a better infrastructure around him. I forget what their official streak was, but then also just their record in terms of how many games they won in the regular season. He's definitely a player that if you created in a video game, Wemby, that they would be like, that's not fair. Well, Sarah, that's why I love when people say like I'm biased towards one quarterback or the other. Like I'm a Josh Allen stan, but then like on that mountain, I put Josh Allen down at the bottom, and I'm like, see, clearly not being a hater. But then when I put him at the top, they're like, oh, you're just doing it because you love him. I'm like, sure. I mean, not only did the Chiefs lose, but they got beat down. So despite the Eagles are in a down year, technically they made the historic. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so bizarre. That's why so many Chiefs fans were celebrating the Eagles lose. And it's like, dude, your last playoff game you had was at the hands of the Eagles dominating you. Conversations around sports, man, always get crazy because everybody holds every opinion. You will always find one person to share another opinion. No matter what is said. They changed it. It was week to week originally. Well, now at this point, nobody knows the actual rules to the mountain. Nobody knows the rules. Can they move up multiple rows at the same time? Can they move down multiple times? How much of it is on the past? Because for the longest time, he kept saying rich tapestry, rich tapestry, rich tapestry. And that's why he refused to move Mahomes down. Then he was forced to move Mahomes down, but not only move him down, but then put like Drake May above him. And it's like, okay, well, now if you're putting Drake May above him, how rich of a tapestry is it? And that's the whole joke. And the whole it's not left to right. So did ESPN forget about the Texans defense? Seems like everyone was picking Steelers after talking up the Texans all week. Is that who they ended up picking? I think they were expecting some Aaron Rodgers magic. Whatever happened to the other guys, Allen's Alpine? It was Hertz's Himalaya for a minute. Allen's Alpine. Will Stafford drop? Will Josh Allen go to the top? Nick will bring up what a QB did a month ago or years ago. Like when he called Baker Mayfield one of the greatest playoff quarterbacks of all time. That, I lost it on that one. I literally had to make a whole separate video just going through Baker Mayfield playoff highlights. Would you ever be open to like cross streams? I'd love to see you talk live sports with some of my favorites like Perna. I mean, yeah, they'd have to be interested in me. I don't know if they would be. I think they might just be like, who the heck is this guy? That's why I'd like to try to get to more subscribers. Because then it feels like I could talk to them and say, hey, I'd love to collaborate. And it wouldn't be like me trying to just use them for my own personal gain. Herbert is definitely going to crash to the bottom. I am not a fan of LaMelo. Do you follow me and the Baker Mayfield back and forth? That's been going on since the very beginning. Because I said that the Lions were going to beat the Bucks in the playoffs. And again, it was the first playoffs I ever did. Well, John Middlecoff is going to Netflix. But the whole thing was with Baker Mayfield, and I was like, Baker Mayfield's not as great as you guys keep trying to act like he is. And then they lost. And that's when I realized I got a big front row into the fan bases of quarterbacks, actually. It was actually really the Baker Mayfield fan base where I was like, whoa. And I'm seeing all these like college handles. There was a lot of usernames that had his like, college and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, wow. They followed him from college. I had Bo at the top too. I think Bo has been at the top. I had Josh Allen at the top. Hurts was at the top. That's why to me it's fun because it's always different. Yeah, he's going to Netflix. His video is going to be exclusively on Netflix. This is his last season. That he's still going to have YouTube videos, but it's going to be different. And a lot of people were ripping him in the comment section. They were actually pretty mean. Yeah, it reminds me of the same treatment that they did for Dak and the Cowboys. You mean how much they elevate Dak and the Cowboys? Wait, what are you laughing about? What'd I miss? Me and Shannon Sharp? He wouldn't have me. He's like, bro, who are you right now? Ripping him? Did I wait, when? Who are you asking me? Yeah, the whole going to the Super Bowl and Dak and Baker. Oh, yeah. Nick really thought the Bucks were going to go to the Super Bowl and that Baker Mayfield was the MVP. Hello, Bird. Who's going to Netflix? John Middlecoff? He got a he's going to Netflix. Oh, they were ripping him. Now I see what you're asking. I get what you were saying, Travis. Okay, I got confused. Okay, I got it now. Yes, so he made a video announcement on YouTube that the video was all going to be on Netflix. And people in the comment section were going nuts saying, you sold out. I'm not sorry, but like they're like, I'm not watching you on Netflix. I'm not watching you on Netflix. Like people were not like, oh, congrats, man, that's great. They were pretty much like, nope, sorry, guess I'm not watching you next season. Like it was pretty much like 99% negative. Well, Bird, they gotta support the Falcons. Gotta elevate here. Everyone's got to play their part. Who they hiring at? That's their head coach now. So he will just have the same type of channel, but it's on Netflix. So apparently it's going to be identical. Apparently it's just the rights are just going to be on Netflix. Kind of like what Pat McAfee did with going on ESPN. Seahawks versus Bills Super Bowl would be great. John or Kubiak? For me, McDaniel as OC. Well, if you have Kubiak, then McDaniel as OC gets redundant. Yeah, did Dak play well this season? Yeah, Dak did play well this season. Young, but Nick back in 2023, I think he had them going to the Super Bowl. He had them going to the Super Bowl and he had him as the MVP. He was trying to plead his case that he should be the MVP. Crazy thing is, as a Broncos fan, I love watching all of Julian's videos as long as I can keep up. I do make a lot of videos, and I do appreciate you watching them. The Cowboys feel like an idea. They're more like a concept, more than a football team. Are you trying to read the comments, Travis, about it? For Netflix? It's an older video. Probably like at this point, like a month or so ago. Yeah, in 23. Who do I have winning the Super Bowl? I could not pick right now. The way these playoffs have gone, that's impossible. It's a lamp. So he also has his, what's it called? He also has his podcast. So it's not just YouTube. So he also has like his formal podcast that then everybody listens to. And remember, he's connected with the volume and all of that. Should I release audio only podcasts? I don't even know how to do that. Like I can just make a podcast and then just like upload it to Apple. I'm like, here's my podcast. What I was thinking about doing was putting together the audio that all my takes, removing the herd, first things first, all that type of stuff. And just putting all of my takes combined on one long video, on one long audio. Or I could just record a separate thing and just do audio only, but I don't know what the advantage of that is to do. Like if I just made like, I don't know. Well, it would be easy to do. Which part would be great? I'd listen. I can't listen at work when I engage with your content. I can always watch, but most people seem to have jobs where they can listen to. Yeah. I think you can reach other audiences like that. Yeah. I don't know, honestly. I don't know how it works. You mean just putting it all together, but remove, because I wouldn't be able to have those clips. I'd have to remove all the clips and then just do my audio. And I'm also thinking about releasing YouTube videos. Like I recorded 16 videos together today. I was thinking about also just editing them all together and then releasing one video that has all those takes combined. Julian ASMR football incoming. Let's do it. Well, that's the thing too. I could get closer to the mic for just audio and just be like, hey guys, take a seat with me. Let's have a conversation about how great Josh Allen really is. I'm seeing a lot of people on the comment section talking about how Josh Allen didn't have a Superman game right now, and let's break that down. How do we define a Superman game? Who really is Superman? Yeah, man, whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. Get a whole another set of, gotta get a different fan base. 80s roller rink announcer. Hey, everybody. We're watching Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Buckle on down. Who you got in this game, the Broncos or the Bills? We're in for a fun one tonight, that's for sure. Just remember, drinks are $1 for the next hour. French fries, $1.99. And please listen to the referees in the rink. Keep the speed at a minimum. And as always, if you have any song requests, keep them to yourself. Ha ha ha. That is so wild to hear about Middlecoff. So Netflix now will have YouTube type shows on the the podcast and stuff. Or do it like Brady. With what? You're doing your version of The Mountain for the playoffs, right? I haven't recorded it because I live streamed. Yeah, those prices are pretty legit, I know. Def could see you doing a radio or talk show or commentary. I'm just trying to think what that could look like. What that would look like. Your vids are voice only. Brady, he's straightforward. With Tom Brady, you're saying? Like when he does his play-by-play? Jade coming to stage 3. And by the way, Josh Allen went full Superman mode. Yeah. You got me thinking about the other shows or the other content. Right now on the top of my head, it was put all the videos that I make in one day and combine them in one video. Maybe it'll be easier for other people to just watch it straight through. I want to try that like once. Maybe I'll do that when the season ends. And then I could just strip the audio. What's it called? Just do the audio, the takes that I've already shared, but just strip the audio, just strip my audio, remove it from anything that does with anything else. Put that all in one video. And the other thing that I can do is just a completely separate audio together. But then the only thing is like, I'm not sure. Like, I try my best to not repeat takes. And there's always going to be repeat. Especially if I'm, doing, like, I made multiple Eagles videos today, multiple Bills videos today, multiple Justin Herbert videos today. And I always try, like, there's always going to be some overlap. But I try my best not to repeat. If I now make a third style audio, it's just kind of like, what am I going to do there? Am I going to now just talk about all those teams? Am I just going to be like, Let's talk about Josh Allen. Let's talk about Jalen Hurts. He does read his questions from his mailbag. I feel like since I read and interact in the comments so much, like I made a whole video. I made a 26-minute video about Young Conqueror's video comment on Jalen Hurts. So I feel like since I'm in the comment section so much, I'm pretty much doing the mailbag every single day. It could be a summary. Well, the thing is debunk this segment where I refute comments. That would work on YouTube. That wouldn't be a podcast because otherwise I'm attracting other people who are like, well, I don't know what this guy's talking about. This guy's just reading comments from where? It's a great video. I do enjoy I like that video a lot. It would have been better if they won, but they lost. Another video of showing different comments again would be great. First debunk should be Ryan Clark's mental breakdown the other day. I didn't see that. The podcast name would just be this, essentially. I'd keep it the same. Julian Lucas Sports, JWL Sports. Although I did have another name for podcast. I don't know if I should share it. You guys are going to take my idea. Yes, EDV had a great point. A debunked session with you, with your advanced stats and stuff would be legit. Me neither. What happened? Matt LaFleur did the fake handshake first. He did the first handshake. He did that? Don't share it then. Don't share. All right, I won't keep it. I'll keep it to myself. But it's kind of similar to what you guys are saying, honestly. But I got the name that would go along to do with it. Yeah, good for YouTube Shorts. Probably bringing more views. Yeah, it's all stuff to think about. Someone might, but I'm way too lazy and busy to do extra stuff these days. Well, I had tried to do some shorts before, but I didn't have a lot of success with them. He said that no matter what happened in the Jags game, drop passes, 200 yards given up by the run D, missed field goals, Bills' loss would all be Josh's fault. He doesn't like Josh Allen. He's got his weird thing with Josh. So it's funny, for me, I either watch certain channels that are pretty much exclusively shorts, or I watch other channels where they're all long form. Like, I don't watch any First Things First shorts or Colin Cowherd shorts, like, ever. Like, any of the shows that I watch long form, I don't watch any of their shorts. I've tried to use that before, Bird. It did not work well. I did that where I just took my long form videos and just put them in there, and it gave me shorts, and it didn't really do. I just didn't do much. Yeah, or you do that where it's like something is like crushing something. It's like, watch me talk about sports, why I crush this pen. Well, to be fair, I tried when I pretty much had no subscribers at all. Ryan Clark is a tough one. That's a tough one. StreamYard for what exactly? I can say First Things First shorts content is best when it's not show related. I agree with that. I agree. When it's the other random stuff that you don't see. I totally agree with that. Oh, you mean to like have people like call in? How long have you had the channel? Um, it was the end of the 2023 football season. So like it was around like Christmas time. I have talked about that. The Houston defense and the Pats offense. I think the Pats, we saw them struggle offensively against the Chargers, and I think the Texans defense is better, and I think that's a real thing to linger on. It was the videos that I was making was before the Kansas City Chiefs won their last Super Bowl. See ya, Bird. Have a good night. Yeah, Travis was one of the first consistent. Travis and JCT were two of the first consistent people to comment that I was just like, oh wow, I'm having people like return and make comments again. And that like really motivated me to be like, okay. JCT would comment on a video in a second. I'd post a video, and within like seconds, he was like, yeah, bro, I agree. He goes, nah, man, I don't know. And I was like, what? I was like, this is crazy. I'd like to do call-in shows. I think that would be interesting. That was actually one of my first ideas that I wanted to try to do. But I would be nervous to do that live because of what people are going to say. People start throwing out, derogatory comments and stuff. JCT's football knowledge is deep. He is a football historian. And people sometimes will yell at him and say such crazy stuff, and he never responds back negatively, ever. JCT might be the nicest person ever. There's so many times that people are like, you're such a clown, you have no idea what you're talking about. And he never pushes back, ever. It's remarkable. He needs to teach a class. I got to tell him that. Because he never pushes back. He never gets heated with anyone. He's just like, he has to be the chillest guy ever. I'll get heated up. I'll get angry and go back and forth, back and forth. There's a lot of times that I have to just I'm not gonna be able to convince you right now. I'm just not gonna be able to convince you, and I gotta just let it go. But I'm like, no, I know that guy replied, and I know he said this thing. I gotta reply back, and I'm like, no, you can't. You gotta let it go. I could see that with the prank calls. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I don't know how he does it. I gotta ask him his secret. But a call-in show. I'm trying to think. Would it make sense to try to do a call-in show, but then just post the stream like after the fact? Probably not, because people want to be able to hear it live, and then they call in. So I don't know how you do that without having the risk of people starting cursing and screaming and saying all things that, that you're not supposed to say. They start bringing up politics. So that's the thing, is a 10-second delay, but I have to have someone really be on that. Like, you also have to really trust that because someone could say something pretty awful. Make no mistake about it. You can't read them because YouTube automatically filters them. People say crazy stuff, and I promise you, I'm going to call them like, hey, what's going on? What do you have to say? and they're just going to start throwing out words that you're like, oh my gosh, I got to quickly turn this off. I got to quickly stop. All of those shows, even John Middlecoff has his show, and it looks like he's just hanging out, talking. He's got producers. He's got a team of people. That would be funny, though. So many people would be calling and be like, why do you hate Mahomes? Like, I don't hate Mahomes. Why do you hate Mahomes? I told you I don't hate Mahomes. Yeah, he was, but the YouTube channel can get in trouble. I'm still live. And I was reminded that I have to make a playoff video, a playoff mountain. I'll have to look into that to see how it protects against some of the things that we're talking about. My thing just auto-corrected to steak yard. Herbert and Rodgers at the top? I don't know about that. You know who I actually think should be at the top? There's only one answer. See, we just saw a message right there. Josh Allen and Bryce Young. So Bryce Young might have to be up there more than Josh Allen, actually. I'm just a football fan. I got to be a better video editor than EDV. Would you put Bryce Young at the top over Josh Allen, Travis? Yeah, I'll be live streaming the Patriots-Texans game. They can't be in the same. There can only be one. I'm a huge Geno Smith fan. Hey, I thought the Raiders were going to be a lot good. Things took a turn. Things took a turn. I think at the end of the day, I was most impressed. The weekend, I was most impressed with Bryce Young. That blew me, honestly, his performance blew me away. Are you guys fans of Dave Portnoy? Well, how do you think the Bills will fare against the Broncos? Now you guys got me wishing that I had my mountain already set up and I could just record it with you guys live. I watch Portnoy's only like pizza thing, the pizza reviews. Not because I care, but just because it's something that just comes up on the shorts, and so it'll be like just random little things. And I can't eat pizza, so sometimes I watch him eat pizza because then it feels like I'm eating pizza. So that's what those guys do. They're able to build fan bases off of individual teams and cities. And then that really carries them. Like Nick Wright, it's what Danny Parkins is looking to do with the Bears, Dave Portnoy, Tom Grossi, or however you say his name, that guy from That's Good Sports. When did that whole pizza thing become so popular? The whole one bite. I know I can't eat pizza. I can't have the bread, the or the tomato sauce or the cheese. There's nothing I can eat with it. You think Trevor Lawrence was more impressive to you than Josh Allen? Because I'm allergic. That's why it's not just a diet just for fun. See, guys, you guys missed the comment that someone just said to me that if they said on audio, be weird. The Barstool you're talking about? Barstool took off. Well, now they're combined with FS1. That's fair. I can see that, Young. I love bread too, but I can't eat it. I can't have gluten. I've made other things without it, like some of the gluten-free stuff, but you know, with tiger nut flour. Those baseball bats playing. I do eat a lot of meat, a lot of beef, a lot of ground beef. No, egg whites definitely not. If anything, I can eat some egg yolks. No, 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 no. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Just wait. Hold on. Dave went to prison. Oh, I think I heard about that. Man, put me in. I'd love to play for Shane Steichen. I want to play for Liam Cohen. That is what I want. That is what I want. It does look pretty translucent I don't know what's going on with Diggs. The other one is Rashee Rice. What I think, now that I know that Travis is a receiver, me and Travis got to put some film on there. I'd love to throw some balls to Travis. Have him run some routes. What are you saying about that? You watch someone else's streams, Aaron? I'm not keeping up. You can't run anymore? It's all right. I don't know how well I can throw right now. I haven't really thrown ever since I broke my clavicle. Well, he's got in trouble now with his ex, with his baby mama. Nah, I could still throw. What I'd be afraid of is hello from Venezuela. What I would be more afraid of is I'd want to because you have people that don't throw a lot. Oh, you usually watch another football show live. It's okay. They'll forgive you. I'd be afraid doing too much, not warming up enough, trying to go too hard or too long, and then you tear something. There's that guy, Athlean X or whatever. I am essentially Baker Mayfield. I'm a poor man's Baker Mayfield. A little Bo Nix, although not Baker's attitude. I would have Baker's attitude if I just kept being successful. But I got humbled too early on in my life. Baker is a poor man's Josh Allen. A very, very poor man's Josh Allen. Yeah, but it would be like what they do for at the what's it called? Oh my gosh, what's it called? What do they do? What is it called? When they're just running routes and throwing at the combine. I'm interested to see what happens to the Chiefs. And is Patrick Mahomes playing next season? Is he starting next season? Does he not come in until week 6? What's the story here? Derrick Henry still has some juice left. I forget. I used to say I was like Baker, but then I realized that there's a better comparison. And now I can't think. Because I was like, oh, actually, I think maybe I switched it to Bo Nix, actually, but because Bo Nix is sped up, and I'm sped up too. There's no way Patrick Mahomes wants a trade. A trade to where? There's no way. Because it's bad coaching. That's how the Eagles lose. Bad coaching. I believe in you, EDV. I believe in you. I think that's talk. Where would he go? Yeah, those ACLs, you just don't know. And the big thing is they're not going to rush him back. They're going to make sure that he's 100% healthy. Mahomes' wife does. The Cardinals would take Mahomes. Right, Mahomes wants to go to Arizona. I don't know about that. Mahomes is going to be like, send me to the Jets. I'd love to see Mahomes with a different coaching staff, different team. Contracts are fake in the NFL. Hey, the desert can be nice. San Diego's desert. Mahomes is under contract until 2031. As a Vikings fan, I hate that the Bears have already lapped us in that Ben Johnson regime. Hey, Kevin O'Connell and Mahomes. Mahomes and Puka. Is Stafford retiring this year? I mean, from a standpoint of being a great player in a team that can't get right, have merit if the Chiefs don't right the ship. Yeah, but they just won the Super Bowl. I mean, they were just in the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, they have to restructure. Do you think they could actually cook those eggs on the sidewalk? The Texans versus the Pats. I think the Patriots defense, I think the Patriots offense has their work cut out going up against that Texans defense. That is, we're going to see what Josh McDaniels has in store, actually. That's the big question. $2031 seems so far away. I mean, listen, at that point, I'm not so sure I believe Patrick Mahomes is going to be this unbelievable player. Texans, they need a run game if they want to try to take things easier for CJ. I mean, from a standpoint that being a great player and a great team. Wait, I answered that. Oh, the season exposed the Chiefs of being too reliant on star players and not the whole 53-man roster. But I don't think that's how they've always been. Who do I have winning the Super Bowl? I don't have anyone right now. I couldn't answer. Yeah, but that offense is unsettling. Well, they didn't they had like no negative plays, no negative run plays really from the Texans. They definitely were able to get through consistently with those 3-4 yard gains. And that is just, just ask the Raiders and the Eagles. Like that is that is massive. So it looks like the worst offense in the playoffs. Yeah, that's actually probably true. The Texans probably do have the the Bills don't have the worst offense than them. The Patriots don't. The Seahawks don't. The Broncos don't. The Rams don't. The 49ers don't. The Bears don't. So yeah. Yeah, but the Patriots were able to get a ton of pass rushes on Herbert. A Bears-Texans Super Bowl. Arguably, last 2 seasons, they've been way too reliant on star players. Kelsey may retire. Who knows how Mahomes looks? Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, too. The big question really is what will Mahomes look like? I think Mahomes will still be great. It can still be great, but it's definitely it's going to be different. He's not going to be the exact same player. He's just not. Doesn't mean that he's not going to still be special and still do great things. Broncos versus Panthers. I watched that game on my computer laying in bed. I remember that game very vividly. Yeah, they haven't announced anything with Kelsey. 50 touchdowns and 5,000 yards and a Super Bowl. Listen, man, that'd be pretty wild. He'd have my respect. And if we want to know one thing about Patrick Mahomes, he wants my respect. Mahomes is not retiring. Yeah, but do you think he was having 3 consecutive down years because he was just not looking good or because the team around him? Who do I think is the best in the NFC? I don't know. Those are different questions for me. It's a different question for me because I think the Seahawks have the best team. They're the most complete team. But do I trust that they can get it done? And I do. I'm a big supporter of Clint Kubiak, but I do like Sean McVay better than Clint Kubiak. I was a season ticket holder during the Adrian Peterson MVP year. That injury comeback was unreal. Anything is possible. And so that's the thing, though. They're all different injuries. They're all different recoveries. And remember, Adrian Peterson was also, he's just a running back. It's definitely different for Mahomes being a billion-dollar quarterback of your franchise. Oh, that'd actually be pretty cool about that with the Super Bowl with them. Mahomes was really inaccurate on those deep ball passes. And I defended that because we looked at his I made a video about his adjusted completion percentage on deep balls. Although Travis said it that he doesn't care as much on deep ball accuracy. That they're 50-50 balls for a reason. Which I don't disagree with. But I will elevate deep ball passing when it's convenient to my argument. I think Mahomes has become very YOLO with his passing. He's very much like, I'm just kind of throwing it up. Like, he's not as surgical as people try to pretend he is. Well, one of Josh Allen's last really remarkable throws where I was just like, how did you just make that throw? Well, actually, he did it against, it was either the Bucks or the Patriots. I forget which game. But the one throw that he made against the Broncos last year in the playoffs, But yeah, I mean, sometimes these quarterbacks, they really do take, like, it's like Steph Curry. Steph Curry obviously absolutely can make those logo threes and all of that. But it doesn't mean it's always a good shot. And that's to me what Mahomes has become with some of the balls that he throws, where you're just kind of like, whoa, like what was that? Like why are you doing that right now? And he had really bad interceptions. Like again, I don't blame him. This is what I said today in one of my videos, where it's like, although it was specifically about like the Super Bowl, but just in general for this season, where it's like, I don't blame him for they why they didn't why the Chiefs weren't as good. But you also have to acknowledge that like he made really bad plays that legitimately cost his team game. Like he had that terrible interception against the against the Broncos, against the Texans. Like he made bad throws against the Jaguars. Like they directly led to losses. The one that was dropped? Are you trying to trigger me right now, Travis? You're trying to trigger me. I'm still haunted by that drop. That's what annoys me. So Josh Allen makes two of those throws that were dropped that were unbelievable throws. But then they don't like that he didn't on that one throw to Diggs when Chris Jones was in his lap, and they're like, see, he missed the throw. And it's like, guys, you're only going to be able to make so many unbelievable throws a game. Do you think that you guys can just make 30 unbelievable throws a game? I just got the chills thinking about that drop. Whereas that same year, because what drives me crazy about that year is that everyone was like, Patrick Mahomes' receivers led the NFL in drops, which wasn't true, by the way. And his receivers didn't drop the ball in the playoffs. You had Travis Kelce making like catches up against his body with one hand, falling back or diving backwards against the Ravens. Where Josh Allen is throwing daggers and is hitting his receivers in the hands and are dropped. Well, listen, that's why Nick has changed his argument about Mahomes a little bit, where he's like, he's had the best start of a career. He's had the best stretch. He was the closest to a three-peat ever. And it was just like, you're shifting things around a little bit, man. Oh, I definitely agree, Young. His best receiver was Travis Kelce. CJ have an offensive line? Like CJ Stroud? The best throw, the Caleb Williams fourth down. I got to think about that. Texans fans feeling really confident about the Patriots matchup. They need to be figuring out how their offense can look a lot smoother. That's what they need to start building up on. Let me see. Congratulations to the Texans winning this game. CJ Stroud is a top 10 quarterback, been one since the beginning for me, as expected as number 2 pick in the 2023 draft. This defense is the best in the NFL. DeMeco Ryans is one of the best coaches in the NFL in the 2020s era. Y'all are a problem. The offense usually delivers when it has to. Texans on to the next. Swarm City. Nico playing AFC Championship game or Super Bowl. Steelers do have better defense than the Patriots. The trickery and the PA just need to be faster. Outside the turnover miscues, Texans really had them blown out the whole game. Mike Tomlin has to go, man, being in a perpetual mediocrity for almost a decade. Steelers getting embarrassed gives me life. See, not too many negative comments about the Steelers. I wouldn't say Mahomes is a system quarterback, but he wasn't the only player who elevated their play in the clutch. He got way too much credit. Yep. Top 10 is a bit much for CJ Stroud, you're saying? I mean, I don't know if Herbert's ever going to last at this rate. I can't keep up with all the people that got injured and how many people. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you watch that many football games in a row like that, and they actually like really matter. It is so hard to keep up. Who got injured? Who got injured, but then they got back in the game? Who was out for the rest of the game, but like they're going to be fine next week? I can't keep up with any injury right now. I have no idea who's around. If you asked who went down in the Bears game, I'm like, I remember that one guy was limping off. I think he was on the offensive line. Who was it? I don't know. Is he out for the rest of the season? Is he totally okay? Did he come back in that game? Don't remember. Especially live streaming. Well, the big thing is who do they hire at coordinator for Detroit? I think it'll always be hard to judge Greg Roman in this moment with Herbert because they need the O-line. Justin Herbert is durable, but everyone's got a limit. Hello, Reddy. Chargers get their starters back next year with a different OC, then judge them. You think they're going to get a new offensive coordinator? One of these years, the Bills will make it through a season with healthy starters. Hey, as long as they win the Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. If Nico doesn't play, it will be hard for them. It's certainly not going to be easy. The Texans are feeling good. I'm excited to make my Texans video tomorrow. Herbert should be the MVP with what he did, what he had this season, coming from a Broncos fan. I think the argument for Justin Herbert for MVP is criminally underrated and under-discussed. I've never seen BDA talk so positively about other teams and quarterbacks. Has someone taken your account? What is this new version of you? I'm so impressed. I don't know. I don't get the MVP award. They give MVPs to quarterbacks with great rosters. Listen, Christian McCaffrey has a great argument for being the MVP. Brad Holmes wasn't kind of the press conference, called Morton unprepared. Okay, then why you hire him? Sounds like Holmes and Campbell should take some blame. Yeah? Listen, everyone's talking about Kyle Shanahan and the genius of him, and I think Kyle Shanahan is elite. I think Kyle Shanahan is an awesome coach. But they're like, look what Kyle Shanahan did with all the injuries, and it is great. But they had an injured roster last year, and they could not get through it. The difference was that Christian McCaffrey was also injured last year. This year, Christian McCaffrey was not injured. That has to mean something. And I promise you, the moment Christian McCaffrey's not there and Shanahan struggles, we're going to see the chart. Shanahan's record with Christian McCaffrey, Shanahan's record without Christian McCaffrey. I guarantee Colin will be like, guys, it's time for us to admit that Kyle Shanahan is a little Christian McCaffrey dependent. Yeah, Nico, there's no way he's playing against the Patriots. No way. Well, and I don't think he's necessarily getting carried by Christian McCaffrey, but he does know how to utilize Christian McCaffrey. Like, that is the exact player that he knows how to maximize and really lean on. But when Christian McCaffrey's not there, he did not adapt last year at all. And they were terrible in the red zone. Well, that's what's funny, because as I'm saying that, I'm like, well, do you get another Christian McCaffrey type of, like, easier said than done. So I can't make up my mind on Stefanski because of how the Cleveland Browns are. The Eagles could take a swing. They could say, Kevin, come to Philadelphia, be the offensive coordinator, and if you truly show who you are, we will move on from Nick Sirianni and you get upgraded as the head coach. We will pay you lots of money. I think Mike McDaniel would be great in Philly, but I don't know how he controls A.J. Brown, Jalen. Like, it's, and the Philadelphia media. People did want Taylor fired in Cincinnati. It's not, I didn't mean show his worth. I meant show that you're clearly better than Sirianni, and that then you move on from, then you fire Sirianni and make Stefanski the head coach. Or they just fire Sirianni and say, thank you for the Super Bowl, but sorry. Well, Mike McDaniel to the Chargers would be legit, too. Anyone who gets Mike McDaniel is a home run. They just got to get a coordinator who can help Jalen Hurts get layups. Jalen Hurts gets no layups throughout the course of the season. It's unbelievable. He gets no layups. I'm so glad Tom Brady, I have that clip that I played for everyone, where Tom Brady's like, the job of a coordinator is to get them layups and open throws. And I know Jalen can miss some throws, just like every quarterback out there, but the level of layups are just simply not there. And why does Jalen Hurts not throw into the middle of the field? And it's not just because he can't see. Brock Purdy is small. Caleb Williams is small. All these other quarterbacks are smaller. And he didn't have that problem years before. Good night, EDV. Are you not in Buffalo? Are you not on the East Coast then? I think your OC is irrelevant with the Chiefs. It's Andy Reid. Listen, I was really rooting for the Rams Seahawks game just because I think that would be the most entertaining, but it is fascinating with this whole rematch, third game. The Seahawks, their last game was against the 49ers, and now here they are. Man, you want Andy Reid gone. Best of luck. I thought people loved K-pop Demon Hunters. What else was available? What else was on around? I will say Jalen Hurts has historically never thrown in the middle of the field consistently, not because he can't see, but because it's dangerous and he's very safe with the football. He needs a better coaching staff that he can trust. He needs a coach that can speak to him. I agree. They would fire Sirianni and take Andy back in a heartbeat. What do the Seahawks have to look out for? I think their offense needs to look better. I expect their defense to be just as great. Now that one interception was a little fluky. It was a little bit lucky, it was on the luck side. But I think their defense will continue to be great. Their tackling was amazing, but I think that their offense needs to be way more productive than it was before. Yeah, the numbers are different because the personnel was different. It's not really a coaching thing, it's a problem. He'll just have occasional throw there, but thinks he's cooked. I think I trust McDonald more than Shanny. I just think that defense is so great, and now that Kittle's not there as well. Do I think Mike McDaniel to Philly is likely? I think so much about some of these other coaches are, do they get the opportunity to be a head coach? So there's so many head coaching opportunities. I don't know who's available, who's getting a head coaching job and who's not. Rice could have serious consequences since he's already on probation. And now he's, in trouble for something else. Like that actually has more legal ramifications rather than just NFL ramifications. The Cleveland Browns still want to play with Deshaun Watson. Who the Commanders hired as an offensive coordinator? I still can't get over that. That is still one of the worst things ever. Drafting a wide receiver 9, you're probably going to draft another offensive lineman maybe or something. They hired David Blau. Blau. He's just he was like a fourth string quarterback on the practice squad who has zero coaching experience. I mean, that is so bad. The Commanders won up the Eagles. Well, now there's a good chance that Jaden Daniels and the Commanders won't be great next season, and everyone's going to yell at me for my Jaden Daniels take. See you, breakfast. Thanks for stopping by. McVay, Vrabel, Ben Johnson, the best 3 coaches remaining in the playoffs. We gotta put some respect on McDonald's name there. David Blau. Listen, he can be incredibly smart. He has 0 coaching experience. Like literally 0 coaching experience. And you know what? If he has a great year with Jaden Daniels, and it's actually great, and people are like, "Oh my God, where did this guy come from?" Then he'll get a head coaching job. Yeah, CJ has 3 playoff wins now. When's the last time the best quarterback in the division was last? You'll see it next year when the Commanders go 7-1. When's the last time the best quarterback in the division was last? You mean like he'll be the best quarterback this next year, you're saying? I'm curious what the conversation will be about Mike Tomlin if he gets fired. He was an offensive analyst, and then he was like a backup quarterback coach for the Commanders, which is like, it's not really being a coach. He was like a backup quarterback coach. Or, oh, right, an assistant quarterback coach. That's what I mean. What even is the assistant to the quarterback coach? Jaden is special. Jaden getting injured is so frustrating that everyone's now pretending like Jalen isn't special. That drives me crazy. We're talking about Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, Jaden and Drake May. Jaden Daniels needs to be there. Julian, what 2 teams not making the playoffs next year? Because Chiefs and Colts going to bounce back. Ooh, I don't know. I could see the Texans missing the playoffs. And I could see the Steelers not making the playoffs. That's a pretty easy one. Actually, it's those 2 teams, the Texans and the Steelers. Well, and that's why they said, oh, he was around Ben Johnson. You weren't around Ben Johnson on the practice squad. Get out of here. Dan Orlovsky's awesome. Well, the Ravens, who are they hiring as a head coach? They're not firing Matt LaFleur. He's getting his extension. There's a lot of teams that hope Matt LaFleur gets fired. Does your comment make sense? Did I miss your comment? Hopefully Steelers fire Mike Tomlin. Has been mediocre for too long. Steelers franchise deserve better. He won a Super Bowl with the coach before him. Roster, FYI, no groundwork for him. Yeah, listen, there's no doubt about it that Mike Tomlin has underperformed as a coach. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. If you're considered to be this great as a coach and never a losing record and all that type of stuff, I mean, you haven't had a playoff win in years. You just, I mean, you do have to answer that, but they don't have a quarterback either. And so it's just, he holds the ball bag as an assistant, maybe makes cut-ups and takes notes and sets up equipment for drills, maybe watches film with them after the actual quarterback coach leaves for the night. That's what I'm saying. He's not really doing any coaching. Ravens, honestly, Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh, round 2. I'm all for coaches to a fault and nose to fire towards coaches. But this is insane. I know. He hasn't even really been a coach, and now they're just going to have him as a play caller. And listen, maybe he really is known to be a super genius and super smart, but I mean, you still need a little bit more experience here. Well, this is what I look at from the Pittsburgh Steelers as well with Mike Tomlin. I expect Mike Tomlin's defenses to be as good as McDonald, the Texans, as the Seahawks, the Texans, the Chargers. I get you're a super genius, but that doesn't mean that you're a super genius about football and play calling and coordinating. Those are different things. There are lots of super geniuses out there. See? Travis O'Shea is explaining it perfectly. They do that. That's what they always talk about. Andrew Berry. They talk about that. Kevin Stefanski. I wish I was a super genius. If I was like 10% smarter, it'd be game over. It'd be game over. I'd be king of the world. Being a super genius doesn't help that much. The Broncos and Bills have a great chance. 2024 Texans draft class, though. Well, do you agree that it's either Tomlin or Arthur Smith that needs to be fired then? Maybe he gets a better result with a good OC. He's had multiple OCs. Dude, I've been around some incredibly smart football minds that have blown me away on a whiteboard, but to get NFL guys to perform and then make them play sequences and the money, yeah, absolutely. That's why he got his job so young. He was recommended. Listen, I hear everything you're saying, but it still is crazy because he wasn't like the passing game coordinator. Like, he was none of those things. Just the actual quarterback coach. They just immediately made him the offensive coordinator. Let's look at someone who we know is also incredibly smart. Okay. Watch. Let's look at his tree. I'll even do a former player as well. That's what I was saying, the pass game coordinator, exactly. Kevin O'Connell, who was also a backup quarterback. He was the quarterbacks coach for the Browns, then special projects, then quarterbacks coach with the Commanders. Then he was the quarterbacks coach and passing game coordinator, then became the OC, then was the OC with the Rams, then became the Minnesota Vikings head coach. Even if we now look at a Ben Johnson, who we know is a super genius, but he's never played football. Or I don't know if he played football, but he definitely didn't play football. I don't think he played football in college, did he? Doesn't matter. He didn't actually play in the NFL. He was a graduate assistant at Boston College, then a tight ends coach, then an offensive assistant, then an assistant quarterbacks coach, then a tight ends coach, then an assistant wide receivers coach, then a wide receivers coach, then an offensive quality control coach, then a tight ends coach, then a passing game coordinator, then an offensive coordinator, then the head coach. People like Vrabel and Ben Johnson are doing way more because they are rebuilding an identity for the team that the team wants to be involved in. Yeah. Well, that's why I think what Vrabel is doing and Ben Johnson is more impressive than what Liam Cohen is doing, even though I think Liam Cohen was unbelievable. But taking over for Trevor Lawrence is different than taking over for like a Drake May. KOC is great, and so is Ben Johnson, but David is a different breed. Why are you so pro David? Yeah, I just read Ben Johnson. Bro's been coaching since he was like 20. I mean, let's look at Kevin Stefanski now. Assistant to the head coach, assistant quarterbacks coach, tight ends coach, running backs coach, quarterbacks coach, interim offensive coordinator, head coach. Let's look at Sean McVay, super genius. Offensive assistant, wide receivers coach, offensive assistant, tight ends coach, offensive coordinator, head coach. Takes time. Julian, please remember this conversation when the Commanders have one of the best offenses next year. Well, Jane Daniels is special. Trust me, I won't forget. Oh, yeah, it's way more than just X's and O's. Well, Josh McDaniels did have Tom Brady. Was he there for all 6 Super Bowls? Oh, yeah, he was. He was there. But he wasn't the offensive coordinator for all 6, I don't think. Because he was a personnel assistant, then he was a defensive assistant, quarterbacks coach. He was the offensive coordinator from 2006 to 2008, and then 2012 to 2021. So he wasn't the official coordinator, though, for all of those. Who else was I about to look up? Good night, BDA. Oh, Mike McDaniel. He was a coaching intern with the Denver Broncos, offensive assistant with the Texans, running backs coach, offensive assistant, wide receivers coach, offensive assistant, run game coordinator, offensive coordinator, head coach. We're going to find out. Did you see my point about being Vrabel being the much-needed updated version of Belichick? He brings a discipline but still has fun with the guys. I didn't see that, but I agree with that. I did see that now. I'll look up Clint Kubiak, and then I got to go. I got to eat, and then I think I'm going to record a video. Clint Kubiak. It's taking me to Gary Kubiak. Oh, I know why you're a Kubiak guy. Duh. Texas A&M offensive quality coach, graduate assistant, offensive quality control coach, wide receivers coach, offensive assistant, quarterbacks coach. Then he became an OC with the Minnesota Vikings. Passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach with Denver. Passing game coordinator with the 49ers. New Orleans Saints offensive coordinator. And then the Seattle Seahawks coordinator. I didn't watch that Patriots documentary. I've been meaning to. Enjoy that video, Conqueror. Enjoy it. It's going to be interesting. David Blau. We'll see. But all right. Thank you guys for hanging out. I am going to eat and make a video, then go to sleep and be really tired tomorrow. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you have to say about it. I'll just say I cooked. But all right. Have a fantastic night. And I will see you in the comment section, and I'll be live streaming the game on Saturday and Sunday.